contract appraisal, and it sort of went out of proportion in relation to time, definitely. And also yesterday, I was not feeling that okay in relation to, it was the second year that since my mom passed away. So I just try to have some time alone. Yeah.
Much needed, Denise, actually, when a
Yes.
close family member and that to your mom. I can understand.
Yes. Thank you very much. So today I'm all good, even though it's a public holiday here in the Seychelles. Religion-wise, it's like 99, 90, 97% Catholic. So today is the Immaculate Conception Day. So it's a public holiday, but here I am ready to attend the workshop.
That really shows your zeal to learn, and I am sure that you can celebrate it. What time it is right now in Seychelles?
Well, actually now it's 9:30 a.m. in the morning. So we are one and a half hour behind you.
Okay, so probably you can celebrate in the evening a little bit.
Yeah, I'm okay. I'm okay. In the afternoon, we're going on the beach. We have beautiful, today the weather is very good here in the Seychelles. Planning to take the family to the beach, and definitely we will have a good time.
I'm sure, I'm sure.
Bonjour Denise.
Bonjour Babita, ça va? Ah, finalement, ça se solifie là. Sorry, we switch from English to Creole.
Yeah, we can speak French, English, Creole. I can speak Hindi too.
Ah, very nice of you. So finally we meet face to face. It's a pleasure.
Yeah.
So lovely to see such smiling faces right in the morning, in the beginning of a workshop.
I'm always smiling.
Yes, it's important.
Babita, good to see you.
We saw another new friend today. We heard him, but we couldn't see him. Mohit Limba.
Yes.
Ah.
Actually, he is your coach.
Good morning.
Morning.
Okay. Good morning, sir.
Morning, sir.
Good morning. I hope I am audible to everyone.
Good morning. You are slightly, your network might be lagging a little bit, Mohit. And you can just...
Okay.
Yeah, you
I
can
am actually
switch off your video and save bandwidth. Meanwhile, I'll just introduce you and the topics for the day. Yeah. Hi, Cecilia. Good evening. Actually, I always remember that you are working right in the night.
Yeah. Hello to everyone. It's a pleasure to be here.
Hi, Cecilia.
Hey, how are you, Denise? Good to see you again.
I'm okay. Likewise. I've missed you yesterday, all of you, but unfortunately, like stated, I was unable. But today, here I am.
Yeah. Okay. Welcome again.
Hi.
Thank you.
Welcome. Ilham is joining from his office desk. Okay. So let's start for the day. So today, as we had a very interesting set of sessions yesterday on understanding self and building trust, which come under the element of renewal. So we had discussed 5 main renewals, for 5 main elements for taking your team from good to great: direction, interaction, impact, process, and renewal. Under the theme of renewal, what renewal means is, encouraging each team member to connect with themselves and recognize their innate potential, while engaging the team in participation as well. So continuing topics under the same theme, today we will be having two more interesting topics on understanding others, which will be taken by the coach for the day, Mohit, followed by managing emotions, where Dr. Sujata will join you back again with an interesting array of assessments again. So I'll briefly introduce the coach for the day, Mr. Mohit Limba. Mr. Mohit is a multi-talented and incisive professional with 10 years of experience spanning across diverse areas such as corporate training, communication, education, and public relations. He is a postgraduate in tourism and travel management from the Indian Institute of Tourism and Travel Management, Gwalior. He is a prolific speaker, and he has been guiding individuals in reputed corporates and eminent educational institutions. Over to you, Mohit, to take the session for the day on understanding others with a very
Thank you very
engaging
much.
set of participants.
Thank you very much, Tanvi, and for your kind words. And it is my pleasure to be here today. And yes, definitely, we're going to make it a lot of learning and fun, and we'll have exchange of ideas as well. So, good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Morning.
Hello, good morning.
Hi, good morning. So, I see people from different parts of the world. I would love to call you by your names. So please forgive me if I mispronounce your name. So good morning, Rashwanti, Dennis, Cecilia. I see Arla, Benson, and to everyone.
Morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Wonderful. And thanks to the team, support team from MET, which has been always very supportive in all walks of training. So today we'll be talking about something which is very interesting, that is understanding others. And this is one of my favorite topics at at trainings, and when we are talking about the management and concepts and organizational behavior. So yeah, I mean, like, these topics are has a very important role to play when we are managers and we have a team to lead, and we have the projects to be met on time and to become a brand in itself. All right, so I want you all to be really very active on the chat box, and please raise your hand in case if you have any questions. I would love to address that, and I would love to have your responses on chat box, and I want to see your participation as well. So let's not happen. Let's not take it this way that it's going to be one-way communication or conversation. I want you to be very participative. So you can always say okay. You can say fine. You can send a smiley. So that would really encourage me to share more. And if you say yes, then definitely you can send green ticks and red crosses in case if you say no to anything. So are we all on the same page?
Yes.
Super.
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon from Philippines. Good afternoon. Good morning. Lovely. So can I see green tick if we have understood? Great. Lovely. Thumbs up. Wow. So let's go ahead and let's see that how it goes with understanding others. So tell me if you agree with this thing that we all have different personalities. Do you believe that we all are different? We all have different personalities?
Yes, indeed.
What do
we
you
are.
have to say? Yes, we are. All right.
Yes.
What about others?
Everyone, we have our own characteristic. There's no two person like us.
Absolutely. All right. Yes, anyone else who would like to add something to it? What would you say?
I'm agree with them.
Okay. So you agree to the fact that we all have different personalities. We all have different characteristics, isn't it? And we all are different in many ways. Okay. So now my next question to you is that why do we need to understand others? Why it is important for us to understand others? So if we have different
We
personalities,
don't
why
live
it
in
is important to know that?
silos. We don't live in silos. We live in community. We live in society. We work with friends. We achieve things in team.
Absolutely, I admit that. That's right, ma'am. So we live in community, we live in a society, we don't live in isolation. Anything else? Why do you think that understanding others with different personalities is important?
It is
For me, I think
important
it's
for a
important.
leader to gather everyone to do some active. So it's necessary to have empathy and to influence the other people. That is why we need to know and to try to understand everyone.
Very nice.
Yes.
To influence
I'm in
others.
agreement. Yeah, I'm in agreement of same, because by understanding the personalities, you can identify the commonalities that exist. Like, for example, for you to move forward as a team, you need to understand, even though we are different, yes, but we need to have some commonalities to be on the same same level to move on. Yeah.
And we also have inputs from Yash. Yes, everyone is unique in themselves. And Ilham Mohammed also agrees to it. Okay. And Arla has to say everyone is created unique. We need to understand others. As saying goes, no man is an island. Very true. To have common understanding. Okay. Help us to predict what people might feel in certain situations. So yeah, that is very true. That, it helps us to understand others and to know that how in community and how in society we what is our position and what is their position. So where do we stand and how do we participate? So community is not just by one person. So we cannot live in isolation. So it is by us together. Divya, if you can share the presentation. Divya, Tanvi. So yes, taking this forward, so it is very important for us to understand others, but I would like to know something else, that how it would help us, how it would help us lead in life, or maybe in our particular field or industry, how it would help us lead. So if I know better my team or someone else, maybe how it will help us lead. Please tell me, team. Diversion of ideas leading to better decisions and outcomes. Very good. I want inputs from everyone. Please tell me that how it would help us to lead. Now, my idea is, first of all, it is very important, the topic which we cover or the thing which we learn about. So we need to know the importance of it, and we need to know that where it would help us contribute. So it is important that we take away something from it, as we will have common goal to achieve. Yes. So as a team, in a team, yes, do you mean that as a team, we have a common goal to achieve? So if we understand our team members and teammates, which will definitely have a diversity, people will be different. So it will help us to achieve the common goal. It will create a better understanding. Is that what you mean?
Yes, in fact, given that all of us will know what we need to achieve, so each of us will pull a weight together so that we may achieve that particular goal.
Okay, very nice. And better able to channel decision making. Very good. Yes. That's very important, decision making. So in organization, when we are working towards common goals and to achieve something, maybe to meet a deadline or to maybe execute a project or maybe any idea or anything or meet a challenge. So decision making is something very important, and we understand each other and in a team members. So it will help us to channelize it. Very good. Ella has to say that you can integrate each other's skills and strengths in plan, goals, achieve if you understand the team member. Absolutely. So this actually gives me a green signal. I take it green tick from you already, that you've understood that understanding others, we can kickstart, and you've understood that why it is important to understand others and how it will help us to lead in life. So as I go ahead, let me just give me a moment. Let me share the presentation with you. Please allow me a moment, team.
Mohit, you facing any issue?
No, but I don't see the presentation.
Okay. I'll share. Just a second.
Divya, can you share understanding others presentation? Hi, Mohit. How
Yes,
are you?
yes, ma'am. I'm sharing. Give me a second. Just share.
All right.
Speak full screen, Divya.
Yeah, just a second. I'll reshare. Just give me a second.
So till the time we have the presentation on,
Yeah. Mohit, just
Yeah.
we'll take 2 seconds, couple
No
of
problem.
seconds to do so. Divya is
sure.
doing.
Okay, no problem.
Uh, okay. Is it now visible?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Yes, it is.
Divya, go to the next slide, please.
All right. So let's set the pace for today's topic. So, like we've understood what understanding others is and how it is important for us and why it is important for us. So now we'll be talking in this entire presentation a few things which are going to be very interesting. We'll be talking about all in the eye. We'll be talking about ladder of inference. We'll also be talking about different personalities. So we'll take you through a personality test. It's a psychometric test. So it's a DISC model based on DISC model. So we have our own abridged version, MIT's abridged version. So it's a DISR model. So we'll help you, find out your own personality and what personality type you have. So it's going to be very interesting. So as you move forward, and then we have is that how it helps us engage, and how what are the things which we like and what are the things which we don't like as having that personality type. So let's go ahead. Can you please move forward? Great. So all in the eye. So all in the eye is what? It depends on us. Everything, whatever perceptions we create, it totally depends on us. So the way we see things, the way we perceive it, it all depends on us. So it is up to us what we create. We create a good picture or we create a bad picture. We create a good experience from that. We take away learning from that, or we take away disappointment from a thing which has happened to us. So it is all in the eye. So if we encounter a situation in life, or let's say we undergo a certain situation in life, so what are our takeaways? So whether we find a learning, so I have learned something from it, or I have felt disappointed or I have become demotivated and I have decided not to attempt this again, or I have become more conscious or cautious about it. So that's what all in the eye means, that it completely depends on us how we perceive things, how we see things in life. So let's go to the next slide and understand what ladder of inference is. Now, before I talk about ladder of inference, just refer to the video which you were shown last previously by ma'am. So what was the video about? I hope you all have seen that video, which was played in parts. Have you all seen?
Yeah,
Wait.
Mohit, you can just
I
specify.
shared.
No, participants. Mohit is talking about the point of view video.
Point of view video, that's right.
Yeah.
So I hope you all have seen it.
Which
You all have seen it, right?
Yes.
Great. So what do we understand by that video, or maybe video or a situation maybe you can recall, or maybe a conversation you can recall from your past experiences or any happening which has happened. So from that point of view video, which was played in parts, what do we see that in the first picture when just we saw one part of the video, what did we understand?
Sorry, Mohit, to interrupt. Can we show them the video again so that it's reinforced?
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah,
So that they are not confused and figuring out which
No
video it is.
problem. Okay. So let's play the video once again and just let us understand
An event
and
seen
connect to it.
from one point of view
Just a
gives
second.
one.
No problem. So I will let's see the video once again, and I want all of you to give me the inputs on it.
An event seen from one point of view gives one impression. Seen from another point of view, it gives quite a different impression. But it's only when you get the whole picture you can fully understand what's going on.
All right. Thank you, Divya. So I hope we all have seen this video now. Have you all seen it? Great.
Yes, Mohit.
Lovely. So what do we understand from this video? This video had 3 parts. My first part, what did you understand? So when the guy was running and there was a car moving towards him, what did we think in the first? Can anyone share?
He's running from the person in the car. Like,
He's running.
Like we initially stated that when we first saw the video. Yeah. He was running away from the car. Then the lady was standing. Either he was running away from the car or he was running towards the lady. But definitely he changed direction.
That is right, Dennis. And anyone else? Anyone else would like to add to something?
As we first saw the video, we first realized then later that we don't make a decision first before we understand the
Yeah, so you mean that from the first part of the video you couldn't understand?
or link to them. So, but later we found out that the man is a good man and he's a guardian, so he's saving the man. So that's why we understood later that we don't make a decision before we understand the world.
All right, sir. Okay. And anybody else would like to add something? All right. So as you added to it, someone says that, you know, he was running towards the lady. Someone says he was running away from the car. Maybe he appeared to be a goon or maybe a gangster. Let's say, yes, Wani, we see what we want to see. That's very right. Very well, good. So it is what we want to see in life is what we see, or maybe what we have experienced in life. So there is a lot of data available in the world or maybe around us. So from the second part, we had maybe we have something else on our minds that, okay, maybe he's a thief, or maybe he is trying to take his own bag, maybe the other person may be thief, but we could see that that person was well groomed, well dressed. So maybe he is not a goon or gangster. Maybe the other person who had some funky style, wearing a funky jacket, could be a goon or maybe a gangster, isn't it? That's what we felt, right? That's the man was running away, yeah. And from the third part of the video, we understand that, all right, he was a nice man. He was a nice person. So did you see? So as the data was adding to our perception was continuously changing. So that's what it is. So we took the data, then we assumed something, then we interpreted something else, and then we concluded that this person may be a gangster or goon. And then finally, when we had the complete data, we were able to say that, okay, this person is a nice guy. This person maybe is trying to save someone. So the idea is to make you understand that it is the complete data which will help us to create a belief. So when this cycle of collecting the data, assuming and interpreting and then concluding goes in cycle every time, and we start creating belief. So it is said by the science in the studies that we download around 13 TB of data every day. 13 TBs of data. I mean, there are many data points when I'm talking to you. So you listen to the air, you listen to the noise which is outside your room, and the fan and the machine. So there are many data points which we collect data from. And so 13 TB of data we download in entire day. So there is an infinite data which is available around us. And this creates a belief. So now the idea is to bring you down, climb you down from the ladder of inference, from this ladder. So now that we have understood a little bit of, we could understand this video, let's take a work scenario now and understand this from the work perspective. So I will have a scenario of a Rahul and Kapil. I'll share that with you, and we'll be dividing you all in the groups. So when we divide you, you will just read their scenarios, and then we come back, we'll discuss few questions on that. What do you understand about? Yeah. Yes, Divya.
Yes, Mohit, duration of the breakout would be
5 minutes.
5 minutes.
Yeah. So in 5 minutes, we will read the case of Rahul and Kapil, and then we come back and discuss what do you have to say about it.
So, Tanvi, you display Rahul's case, and Divya, you display Kapil's case in one of the groups, right? So there would be 2 groups, 5 minutes each. Okay?
Yes, yes. I'm opening all the rooms.
Yes.
Please join everyone. You can join any group as well. You have co-hosts, right? Feel free to join any group.
Okay.
Divya, which group you would go into? Mohit, you have to just go on the pop-up and just where you see join, you
Yeah.
can join that group and then leave and then join again the other group. Okay?
Sure, sure. Okay.
Just to be part of the discussion is what they're discussing.
All right. Okay, so we are back now. So did we all read?
Yes,
we all
we did
read
have the
Rahul?
chance.
We have read
Yeah,
it.
from
Yes,
room
we-
2, we did have the chance, yes.
Oh, nice. So now I want you to tell me, so what actually happened in this? What is happening? And why?
Anyone else to start, always the same person is starting. So anyone else.
Yes.
Mrs. Sidya and Dennis, we are always answering. So let the others start. Then we will do
Yes,
it
we'll
at-
let the others and then we'll come in.
All
Yeah,
right.
at the
So
end.
what about the others? I see a lot of silent people. Farida,
silence-
Zela, Ilham. Please
I think-
share something on the chat. I would really, we would really want to hear your views on this.
I think we go room by
Yes.
room is better.
Yeah, sure. I mean, like, it's a group. We can discuss this now in the group. Now that we have already had a discussion in our own groups, group 1 and group 2. But now we have merged together, and now let's discuss amongst each
Yash
other.
want to
that what
talk.
you
Yash
understand.
want to talk. He has
Yes,
lifted the
yes,
hand.
Yash.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
In our group, we have discussed between Kapil and Rahul. And we see that there was no communication between the two regarding the meeting that was scheduled for 10:30. Despite that, Mr. Kapil was having a very hard time with family problems, marriage problems, having a son to leave at school. He did not communicate to Rahul that he
Yeah.
will not be able to attend the meeting. On the other hand, Rahul, without consulting Kapil, he rejected the to postpone to have another meeting to discuss the issue. Perhaps in view that the issue at hand was very important, given that it was developing some new software or something like this. So it has caused other issues, which is detrimental to both Kapil and also Rahul. This is the discussions that we had in our group.
Yeah.
Okay, we appreciate that. Yeah. So, anybody else would like to add? Fatima says that I agree with the group where Rahul and Kapil should have communicated. Okay. So what actually, why did that happen? What do you say about that?
Because,
We-
sorry.
No, Dennis,
Yeah.
go ahead.
No, it's okay, Babita, no problem.
No, please proceed, Dennis.
Okay. It's just a matter of them not understanding each other. Because if they should have at least communicated with each other, they should have make known, like we were discussing further in our group, Rahul just declined the meeting just like that. And if we see the time of the meeting, the meeting started at 10:30 a.m. And Kapil should have had ample time just to lift up the phone and talk to Rahul about the situation. And at times what really happened as individual, we fail to accept, other than I am trying to understand you. And the question is, do you know that I understand you? And this is where when the communication fails, so we tend to just draw line. So this was going to be my contribution. Over to you, Babita.
Thank you, Dennis. What I would like to add, Kapil, Mohit, is that Rahul is the team leader.
Mhm.
Kapil is having some problem. He didn't even inform Rahul of the problem. He just didn't bother, like he didn't show any respect to. I think
Yes.
we have to like have some certain respect in team members. We're a team, but we need to respect each other. You respect me, I respect you. He didn't even say it. Okay, Rahul gave him a second chance to say, okay, let's have the meeting. He postponed the date without an explanation. I agree with, I understand what Yash was saying, that he may be having problems, but you cannot bring your problem at work, despite that it forms parts of you. You'll have to know where to set the limit, where to draw the line. There should be a demarcation line between your work and your personal problem, because no one on earth exists without a problem. So we cannot take it as an excuse. And I don't agree with Rahul, like just making as if nothing happened and just ignore. This is not a solution. Turning your face, closing your eyes is not a solution. The authorities do that. They hide their head when there's a problem. We cannot do that. We have to face it. I think he should have, like Rahul should have called Kapil and tell him the fact. Then understand what is the problem of Kapil while taking him on board in the team. Thank you.
Then again, if I can have some contribution, and for me, if you try to understand Kapil and Rahul for him, having the meeting was the number one priority. And Kapil, for him, his problem he's facing is actually the number one priority. So this is where they should make a line, just like Babita was saying. You cannot bring your problems as individual. It does happen automatically where you have your problem, you bring it to work. But as a professional, you need to have the ability to draw the line. And that's the number one priority for Rahul, needs to be the number one for Kapil, and vice versa. And if Kapil is facing an issue without informing Rahul, like just Babita was saying, being his superior, how will Rahul understand? For him failing to turn up for the meeting, like we were discussing earlier in the group, it was all about having the opportunity to bring a new project, new investment, more capital. So this was the focus of Rahul as a professional. This is your focus. But when you don't draw the line between your personal and professional lives, this is where automatically Kapil and Rahul definitely will end up with this situation we are discussing right now.
All right, that's great. I really appreciate your views and your inputs on this. Now, the idea here is that to some people Rahul case was shown, and to some people Kapil's scenario was shown. So some said that, all right, maybe Rahul should have done this, Kapil shouldn't have done this, Rahul shouldn't have done this, and maybe should have showed more understanding to his juniors, or maybe Kapil should have communicated well. So we all have the perception. So now when we understand the entire picture of it, when we will see the entire picture. So when you have the complete picture, so you have complete data, then you understand that, all right, the situation was crucial at both ends. They all were in a tight situation. So they both, had I shown you this complete picture, you would have seen from the Rahul's perspective and also from the Kapil's perspective that what they are going through. They both are going through some challenge. They both are under pressure in some ways. So maybe Rahul has professional pressure and Kapil has some personal issue and personal stress. So if I ask you to read this now, wherein Rahul, a team leader leading a team of developers, his team workload has suddenly increased as you've taken on new targets that require a significant stretch. Rahul approaches and arranges to meet Kapil for new projects discussion at 10:30. Kapil is late and could not explain the reason for the same to Rahul. Kapil is going through a bad phase in his marriage. He has recently separated from his wife. He needs to take care of his bedridden mother and 5-year-old son. He has called his sister from native village to help him in the household chores. His mother had to be taken for dialysis today and had to arrange things at home, orient his sister, and drop his son to the school. He had disturbed night yesterday and is running late. When Kapil realized that he has mistakenly skipped the meeting, he suggests a different time for the same to Rahul. Around mid of the day, Rahul receives a new email from Kapil. He suggests to meet at a different time, and Rahul declines the meeting. So now when we see a scenario, complete scenario, not just me showing you Rahul's scenario or not showing you Kapil's scenario, what do we have to say that? Fine, that I definitely take into consideration your points that the communication should have been better. Maybe the manager should have shown more understanding to its teammates and the team. But what do you have to say when you have the complete picture in front of you?
Well, for me as it is, I'm not changing my position in relation to the discussion earlier, because now you know the state of Rahul in terms of he's leading the team of developers, and the workload has suddenly increased, which something he has approached Kapil and informed him of this new project discussion at 10:30 a.m. Again, Kapil is already part of the group. So he knows what is it at stake and what is expected from them. So Kapil, like I've said, he has been having issues a while back. So taking on the load that Rahul will be imposing or discussing with them, he should have at first hand make known of whatever is happening, so that Rahul could have reconsidered either bringing him on board or giving him less work to carry out. I don't know what the others might think, but then again, it still remains that the communication definitely should have been a must there. And by Rahul, still, despite workload has suddenly increased, he did informed Rahul in terms of making arrangement to meet Kapil to discuss the new project. This is my point, my contribution. I don't know about what the others will think.
Right.
I knew you were going to tell that. I knew it, you were going to say it. I don't much
Yeah, me
change
too. I
my-
think so too.
I don't much change my my earlier views, because for me, both things are important. The mother dialysis session was already planned since a few months, or a month back, or a week back. It's not like it came yesterday. The son is already 5 years, you know it. The problem of getting divorced is separated from the wife. It doesn't came overnight. So you must know how to plan. I very much sympathize with Kapil, yet you have to respect your work also, because both people have objective to achieve. Rahul has to achieve the project, complete it in a certain deadline. He has client, because he is not the he has to respect everyone around him, all the stakeholders, while Kapil is having some personal problem. Yet you should know where to set the limit. He could have humbly asked Rahul, you know, today I have to take my mom. My sister had just came from the village, and I have to set things right. Give me like 1 or 2 days with you. Then we're going to talk. Even I'll have to work after hours. I'm going to do that. Let me set things right. Then I'm going to come to you. Thank you.
Yes, Yash wants to add.
Yeah, just to add that, in view of that both Kapil and Rahul are not understanding each other, this is impacting on the workload, because at the end of the day, what is happening is that there is an increase in the workload, and the target will not be achieved in view of the misunderstanding between them.
Yes, that is right. So there should be more understanding in the team, and more cooperation and coordination. That's right. I would like to read Ella's comment. Rahul and Kapil aim to communicate with each other to accomplish goals, but at the end of the day scenario, no resolution was reached. But in the last part, Kapil already requested for rescheduling, for the reschedule by the Rahul did not accept the request. In the end, the team leader has a problem of rejecting the request of Kapil for scheduling meeting. Delays will affect delivery of outputs and in attaining their goals. Definitely, very good, Ella. Loved it. I agree with Dharmai's communication. Yes, so okay, fine. This really adds to the energy. Have more communication is very important, and to have more clarification is very important. So team members should have they should clarify each other that what is that they feel, how they feel about the situation, what is that they are undergoing, and why they're not able to perform at certain point or maybe in certain task or certain situation. So when you see the idea, when you are the judge, and if I show you Rahul's picture, so you would say, all right, Rahul was really hardworking, he has pressures. You would say that, all right, Rahul was right at his place. So when you read the Kapil's scenario, you would say that, all right, Kapil was undergoing something very personal. So family again is very important. Work is important, yes. So both has a role to play. We have to keep a balance. But Kapil also had some situation. So when you see both the situations, you come up with your views that, you know, maybe I understand both are going through certain phase or maybe certain situation. So in that case, both are right at their places, or maybe both are wrong at their place. They should have communicated well. They should be open to each other to share and connect with each other better. So that's what, when you come up, is your perception. So let's move to the other slide now. Divya, if we can move to the next slide and see that what happens is actually that we climb the ladder. Now we have to climb down this ladder. So recognizing our bias, how we can do that is by being mindful and taking a step back and reflect. So whenever, what are the biases? How do we recognize that we're biased? Yes, Garang has to say and add something. Kapil is stressed and the communication is broken. And I think Rahul is very lean with Kapil, and that is why he rescheduled the time, but Kapil was hard in his position. All right. Well, well noted, Garang, thank you. So now we will be climbing down. So how do we do that? So whenever there is a situation in life, or if somebody has said to us that, you know, your team member has done this and he's not been performing, so we start, you know, climbing that ladder. So instead of reacting, what do? We respond. We take a step back, reflect on the things and the situation and the scenario, and then by being mindful, we respond. So we collect the data, we collect the available data, we have the entire complete data, we question the assumptions, and then we come to making interpretation and then drawing conclusions. And that's how we climb down the ladder. So the idea is to create that understanding that only when we have the complete data, only when we have a complete understanding of the situation and the scenario, we should interpret something, we should come to draw conclusions out of it. Instead of just reacting to the situation, we should be responding to the situation. I hope you all agree with this and we all are on the same page here. Can I have a green tick if we have understood?
Yes, yes, yes.
All right. Super. Perfect. So now we'll be doing something very interesting, and we'll be talking about a psychometric test. So we'll be doing a personality test of yours, and we'll be understanding our personality type today. So what personality type we are. So this is an assessment tool. So when you understand this, don't go tomorrow and tell to the person that now I know that why I don't like you. So this is not to judge others, but to understand others. So that improves our effectiveness. So when we understand others, it helps also to understand ourselves and perform better. And this will, in a long run, will help us to achieve our targets, meet our goals. Maybe it could be professional, it could be personal, and maybe it will help us, have a better career, better position, and more stability in whatever we are pursuing and whatever we plan to aspire to. So let's take a personality test. Are we all ready for this? Are we all?
Yes, we are. Yes, we are.
All right. Thank you, Dennis. What about others? I want to see yes from everyone. Raise.
Yes, yes.
Can I have thumbs
Mohit,
up? Yes.
am I audible? Yes.
Yes.
I just wanted to request that it's 12 by my clock. Can we have a break and then resume with
Sure.
personality test?
Sure.
Yeah. So so that the flow doesn't break in between. That's why.
Definitely. That
So
would be
we'll
really.
have a 10-minute break and then we'll continue right away with the test.
All right. That would be great.
Yes.
Thank you very much
Thank
for
you.
Thank you.
verifying that. All right. So let's go for a quick break and get back to the test in 10 minutes.
Yeah. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back, Mohit.
Thank you, Tanvi, for such a lovely music to us. For years, you've charged us up for the session.
Yeah, I think people might have stretched and have their tea a little bit. Now they can move on to the personality test, which is
Yes. So are we all charged up? Are we back, everyone?
Garang never left actually.
Yes, yes, I'm back. Thank you. How was the morning?
Thank you, Karan, for coming.
Thank you also.
Okay, yes.
Welcome back, Denise.
Darling.
Thank you.
Welcome back, Cecilia.
So all of us are back now, right? So are we now ready for the test? Because it's important, and I'll be giving you a few instructions. On that basis, you have to attempt the test. So just tell me if you are back, everyone, and then we quickly start. So we need to now have to refer to the participant handbook. I want you all to be ready with that. Okay. All right, everyone is back. Great, thank you very much. Okay, I'll tell you the page, Cecilia. So I'll give you a few instructions which you have to make sure that you follow that. All right, so let's begin and let's get to the page number 59.
Which page we are getting to?
59.
Okay.
Yes. So we go to page number 59 and we'll be doing the personality test here for participants.
Circle only one word in each row.
So it's so I will be giving you instructions. So before you start, we'll set a timer for this, and we have to do it in a way the way I tell you. So it's a 3-minute survey. So what you have to do in this is when we start it, you just don't look at the book right now and don't start selecting it. So what you have to do is you have to circle one word. So you see there are 24 rows. Do you see that?
24 rows, no, 20.
Could you
24.
please share with the screen in order to see that?
Do you have the participant book,
Yes.
the handbook?
Yes, we do.
Yes, we do. We do.
Okay, so if you have it, you have to go to page number 59, 59.
Yes.
On
Okay.
59, we are saying the scoring sheet.
Let me
It's on
try
page
to-
60,
Okay, so-
right?
On the screen.
Oh,
59 is the scoring sheet.
Yes,
okay, so
confirmed.
then you go to page number 58. Just
58,
Yeah,
you have
58 is the
20
test.
questions.
Correct.
yeah, 24
You have-
question. Yeah, so you go to the page
24,
number.
no, 20.
Now we have 20 on page 58.
Yes.
20. Okay, 20
Yes.
question.
Then
Fine.
it's
So-
written on top, sir. It's written on top. There is write 1, 2, 3, or 4, and it's given. If you ever rarely feel or behave is 1. If you sometime occasionally is 2, often frequently 3, usually always 4.
All right, so no problems. The page would be 58 or 59. So you go to the page number which says that circle only one word in each row. So this is the page where we start our scoring from. So this is DISR scoring. I'll tell you that what you have to do here. So I'll give you 3 minutes time. Or guarantee you say that you're not able to find it. All right. So can everyone tell me? Can everyone tell me by doing a green tick that you have found the page?
We just need to confirm we are on the same page. On page 58, like Babita was saying, on the top it says, read each statement given below and indicate how often you behave in this way. And it goes on. There's nowhere where it says circle. Well, this
All right.
instrument will help you to know more. On 58, on 59, we have the scoring sheet, whereas on 60, read each statement carefully and write down one of the following numbers in space. So I don't know if we are having it right, because you have said we have to circle something, right?
Yeah. So you have to circle it. There'll be 24 questions. Just see it on the page number 57. What do you see on page
57,
number
let's
56
go
or
back.
50? Yeah, what do you see on page number 56 or 57?
On 57,
it's
it's a
57,
continuation.
we already did it. I think that the 58, the name of the test is efficacy.
all right. The page must be 60 or 58. The idea is that you will see 24 questions, or yeah. So we have to circle it. That's fine. Even if it's not written it, that's fine. We will circle that. So we will have 4
Everyone, I
options.
have also uploaded it in your chat here on Zoom. Can you
Thank
just
you, Tanvi.
once?
That
Yeah, this I
Can you
think
please-
will definitely be
it would be great
beneficial.
if we can download this participant handbook here, so that we can all be on the same page and we follow the same.
Yes, I think
layout.
it's best.
Yes. Yes, yes, you're right. Durang, if you can download it from the chat box, please. Yes, now we have it on our screens also. Thank you, Tanvi, for
That's
sharing it with
something
us.
else. So that's
That's
creativity.
completely different, something completely different.
Yeah, it's
No
completely
problem.
different. Let
All
us,
right.
so on the side, it's
Because
written, what
the
it's written
page
on the
number, the number is different.
All right, no problem. So now that we have the sheet in front of us, please download it, or maybe you can refer it from the screen.
Page 85, is that right?
58.
But
So all right.
there,
So
So
now,
when you're
85.
Cohort, when you're
It's-
going to see it on the PDF page, it is 85. And the workbook page would be 59. So there are 2 pages.
sorry, you're breaking out.
I don't have this one.
it would be helpful if you just download it from.
So she said that if you are going to use workbook, it would be page 85, and for PDF, it is page 69. So if you're
Page
downloading
59, 59, we are 59.
59? That is the number?
59, 59,
Okay.
59.
59.
Okay, I
So
will
if you
find
look
it.
in the
Thank you.
footer, it would be page 59 of 124. But when you open in PDF, if you look at in the screen itself, it's showing 85. If you look at the top middle of the page, it says
There is
85.
moving get Molly Meola.
No,
I'm just
no, I'm
trying
not
to
getting.
find.
Not
Yeah, I'm not
getting
getting it either. I'm
Yeah,
not
and
getting it.
say you cannot you cannot. I can't see this table. The
Ah,
one you,
I
Let's
found
show-
it. I found it.
Can you
It's,
help us out,
uh,
I'm
Cecilia?
trying to download. When I'm trying to download,
It says in
you cannot-
the number of the pages, it is written 59. Page 59
complete.
of 124.
Okay, so
59.
now,
This
In
page
my
number
work-
is written at the footer of the page. So at down extreme
No.
Even
left.
can't.
Yeah.
What?
Here.
No, no, I don't have it. The handbook is completely different, which the one.
Yeah,
Which
it's
I
copy.
have.
No,
Same
no,
here.
I
same
already,
here.
I already found it. If you
Okay, fine.
look,
so
yeah,
let's download
yeah.
it from the chat box, and also we can refer it from the screens which we have, and we can start the test.
Okay, now I see. Now
No, I see. What is happening there are for us when we print it out, I don't know if it's the same. We are having different pages with the same numbers. So I finally find mine. It's on page 59,
yeah.
but it's another 59.
Yeah,
Okay.
but it says that when you're looking for the pages, yeah,
No.
it says 85, but in written 59. Do you find it,
Yeah.
Denise?
Yes,
for
I
you.
find it. Yes.
No,
Good for you.
So now, I think
I
we
even
all
can't
we're all
download
able to
it.
find it. So
I'm sorry, sir.
I
I
think-
can't find
We
it.
are applying, seeing the big picture, not concentrating on the numbers, but on the writing.
Okay,
Yeah.
Babita,
Okay.
Babita, I would suggest, have you downloaded this
I'll try to download it and
participant
it said you
handbook
cannot.
from
You
the
cannot.
chat?
I cannot download it.
You have downloaded it?
So
It
how
said
can
you
I
don't have
help,
permission
Babita?
to
How can I
save
help?
you don't have permission to save in this location. Contact the administrator.
So when you click on it and download it, you give the location as your desktop, right?
Yeah,
And then
I've already tried, but then I'm getting, let me do it again. Okay, I save it on
So
my desktop.
if it is possible, you just type in your email ID. I'll just share it on your email. That would be quick.
Okay, week 1. Okay, you think, sir? They say it's already exists. Do you, because I had downloaded previously. Let me see. Let me see now.
Try not to concentrate on the page number, Babita, because like I'm saying, there's different for me. It's like repetition of certain page numbers, but the content, it's different.
Correct. Me too.
Yeah.
So we are now on the page. Okay. Sorry, but we found it.
No issues. That's how team works.
Oh, no,
Yes,
again, I'm
absolutely,
seeing,
Gaurav.
Chaos
I'm
leads
getting
to
what I have.
clarity.
I'm sorry, but you can continue. I'm going to follow with you. No way.
No. So Babita, you can
No.
let me know where you are facing issue. I'm here to support. Rest,
Yes.
everybody is
So
doing their
Babita,
test.
let's try and do it together. You have your handbook, right in front of you, right?
Yes.
Well, go to a page 43 of 1 to 4 where you see it's build and trust. It's only a page with a photo, and
Yes,
it's
yes.
build and trust. 43
write in
of
the
1
chat
to
box.
4.
The document to
No,
Babita.
43, you know what I have?
Yeah.
I have
Babita.
a vision from the content
No,
and research desk.
It's no. Keep on moving your page, because I have another 43. Let me see. Yeah, which states exactly what you are trying to say. Just try to move on because I have another 43. Just keep on going towards not necessarily the end, but just keep on scrolling. Just keep on turning your page, and where you at now, just let me know. We'll guide you. Don't you worry.
Okay, let me tell you, tell me which page you are now.
You're breaking now.
Okay, I'll go to,
Sorry,
can,
can I speak to Babita, please?
yes.
Yes, Babita, I sent it on your email.
I can't get this table. This table, it says page 85 of.
Vani
one
will
to-
be mailing you that.
Okay.
Babita.
Yeah, please
So
do.
we have your email ID now, so we'll be sending you an
Yes.
email and you can download
Okay.
it from there
Okay,
Yeah,
thank
it
and
will
you.
be
we're good
much
to go.
easier.
Much better. Okay, send me by mail.
Yes.
I'm getting it. Thank you.
You're welcome. So, all right, because this test is very important, and rest of next what we talk about is very much dependent on this. It's going to be very interesting. So I want you all to be on the same page and find out that if we have this page to refer, because this is going to score something for us, and then we find out and filter to this. Yes, we can do that, Audrey. You're right. And but to
See,
make it more convenient, we're
yes.
sharing it on the
Yes, can you hear me?
chat also.
Yes, I
Yes.
can hear you. Yeah.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes,
Yeah, yes, I
have
got your
also-
mail. I got your mail, but yes, on page I have 24 questions, but I don't have what being is shown on the screen, the shared screen.
It's not the
It is
one. You should go further down. It's not the one. It's the one we were discussing earlier, what you've seen.
I mean, I just opened what, yes,
it is page
Maybe you scroll
59,
a little.
because I'm
Oh.
looking at the document. The PDF
yes,
version.
which page? Because I've
Babita, what
already
we can do
downloaded.
is for now we can refer to the screen.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so we can just refer to the screen. I'll help you
Yeah.
with this.
I think you should go to page 85 if you're using a PDF. You can find
Yeah,
the
I'm using a
the-
PDF.
Yeah, go to page 85.
85.
It's like the one shown in the screen. It's 85 over 124.
Okay, 85, let's make it 85.
So are others ready? So Babita is
Yes, we are.
just about to figure out that, and
No,
what about
page
others?
85, I don't have it on the handbook.
All right, Mariam is ready. Thank you. And what about others?
I think
Are we all
you
ready?
can continue. I'm going to follow on the screen.
Yes, Babita. So you can just take a note from the screen here. We have it.
Yeah.
So all right, everyone. So let's start the test. And what you have to do in this test is I'm going to give you 3 minutes time, and you will choose one word which best describes you at this moment. You will not think so very much about it. You just have to be honest here. And there are 24 questions, or maybe 24 rows which you see, and every row has 4 options. Every row has 4 options, A, B, C, D. You just have to circle or choose one option out of it. So let's
Where
say
are the
example.
questions? What is
No, I
the
mean,
question?
No question. It's not question. It's just the option. So you have one,
Okay.
one, two,
Okay.
3, 4, 5 until 24.
Okay.
So you have to choose one from A, B, C, D, which best describes you at this moment. So it could be restrained, it could be forceful, and you don't have to think much and get into a deep thought. You just will do quickly and honestly, and we will do it and complete it in 3 minutes time. So I'm taking a note of it, and so I'm starting it now.
And those
All
who
right.
are doing, and those who are looking at the screen and doing it.
23. 18h30.
Yes, Vani.
Mohit, those who are looking at the screen and doing it, they can write serial number 1 to 24 on a plain paper and
Yes.
just write the column name number. Like if, say, for instance, for 1, I rate myself as careful, I will write C. In second, if I am rating myself as satisfied, I'll just write 2.D. Okay. So this becomes faster. You're not supposed to write the word, just write the column. That's
The
it.
option which you choose, yeah, just
Yes.
write the
Yes.
A, B, or C, or D. So just write one and A, B. And then we
Yes.
show you the other half of the test once after a minute. So let's start. I'm starting the timer. It's just for 3 minutes. Virand, I will move the screen after 1.5 minutes. So before this, till then you can just choose from these options. So Vani, can we scroll further? Yeah, till 24. Thank you. All right, the time is up. All right, so have you all done it?
Mohit, let's
Have you
take
finished?
another
Oh.
1 minute.
Okay,
Yeah, please, I'm doing that.
sure. Just one option against 1, 2, 3 till 24. Great, Yash, great. So just sit back and we take you to what you have to do next. Great, Karan. Please let us know that if you have finished doing it. Make sure that you attempt all 24 rows and you circle at only one, which best describes you. Done. I hope, Cecilia, you are able to complete it now.
Yeah, I already did it. I'm just counting. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll tell you what you have to do with this. So I hope we all have finished it. Now we move to the next page, which is DISR scoring sheet. So we will do our profiling now and we will find out where we are, where do we stand. So what we have to do is, so now let me give you an example. So if you have chosen an option of careful, which is C, you will encircle C under R. So against 1, you will see B, D, A, C under D, I, S, R respectively. You will circle C if you've chosen careful. And similarly, you will encircle A, B, or C, or D, whatever it was against it, against the option which you have chosen in the previous sheet. I hope this is clear to everyone.
Yes, it is.
Okay, very well. And then we sum total the number of circles we have under D, I, or S, or R. So the column total will have the number of D's, the number of I's, and number of S, and number of R's. So you will total the number of circles under D, I, S, R.
Mohit,
Sure,
can you-
Mariam. Yeah, sure. Sure, Mariam. So what you have to do is you have to circle B, D, A, or C now. So how you will do that is, let's say you have chosen option, let's say forceful against the first one. If you move to the previous sheet, you will see if you've chosen forceful, which is under B. So that's the B option. So now you go to the scoring sheet and you will encircle B option, which is under D. Or if you've chosen careful, which describes you, which is under C. So you will encircle C, which is under R against the 1. I hope, Mariam, this is clear to you. I hope I am clear what you have to do. Make sure that you don't make a mistake, because this is very important. This is very important. Please take your time. I can give you 1 more minute. And please very carefully find out that what option you would choose against 1, 2, 3, 4, and whether it's under D or whether it's under I or S or R. You're welcome. Okay, very good, Celia. Yes, so now we will do the sum total, and how we will do the sum total is we will count the number of circles under D, I, S, and R, and we will write it at the total column totals. So the column total should equals to 24, should be equal to 24. So are we Are we here? I mean, like, I hope we all have understood what you have to do and are we able to score? Are we able to find the total score of all the columns? Can you just confirm me? Thank you, Dennis. I want a thumbs up. I just want to see some thumbs up on the chat if you've done it. Okay, thank you. What about others? Please acknowledge if you've completed it, if you've understood it, because this is very important. Thank you, Darlene. And I'm assuming others also have done it, if there are no questions. Now you will see that which is the highest score. So the highest digit you have is under D or I or S or R. So if it's under D, then you have a D personality type. And if it's under I, you have I personality type. And so for S and so is for R. Can you just share if you are D? Can all D share? Can you just write D in the chat box and let me know you have the highest score as D? Dennis is, Darlene is. I didn't mean the first letter of your name. I meant the highest score. Okay, so we have 3D. Can we have more? Minus R. Okay. Okay, there is no problem. Cecilia says it's D. Okay, so we have 2D.
Mariam
I
is
and-
also D.
Okay, Mariam, you also have D. All right, fine. So I will help you identify yourself whether you're an I or you're a D. This might happen with you that you might have a score, and where you have a 7 for D and 7 for I also. That might happen. So there can be a tie between two personality types, and I will help you to identify which personality type you are, whether you're I or you're D or you're R or you're S. All right. So Zella says that's D. Mariam is also D. Cecilia is D. Okay. Darlene is fine. So we'll be talking about each personality types now. So what are Ds and what are Is? What do we mean about DI, SR? So before I go, can you please share the presentation, Divya? Wherein we can see that access. Yeah.
Mohit, I'm a bit curious to know how many I's we have and how many S and R while the PPT is being shared.
Okay.
If the cohort can type
Sure,
in
let's-
their, yeah.
Sure, let's go ahead and see that.
Oh, Erla
How many
and
I's?
Nara, good.
Okay.
Mohit,
Yes.
yeah, one question. So we
Yes,
had
please.
the DISR. We
Mhm.
have to take our result, what we got, what we circled for all the 24. We pick it, we put it there on the
Yes.
DISCR. Then what should we do?
You will sum total the number of circles you have under D or under I and the S and R, and then you find out which has the highest score of circles. So if you have the highest score, highest number of circles under D, that means that you're a D person. And if it's under I and yeah, so you just sum total the number of circles you've made under D, I, S, R, or maybe R.
Okay. And
Mhm.
4, 6, 7.
So
Oh, my
meanwhile, like-
highest is D. The
Your
highest is D for me.
So please write D in chat. We would like to know that. Thank you, Babita. And to rest of you, please, if you have other personality type, please share it with us. So whether you're an I, whether you're an R, or whether you're S. Now that we have so many days.
So Mohit, I'm a bit curious. I mean,
Mhm.
of course, I'm R. But
Yep.
can there be a way wherein I can have two similar scores in two of the columns? Can that
Absolutely.
be possible?
Yes, that is possible. That is much likely to be possible. I mean, like that can happen. You can have 3 also at times.
Yes. So this particular test cohort is an abridged version of DISC. And DISC draws its inspiration from MBTI. MBTI is the mother of all the psychometric for personality tests. Now, so here, ideally, there would be an overlap. All 4 types of personalities are there in us. There are predominant personality types. So if I see somebody in the chat shared their, scores, example, Cecilia said she's D11, I8, S2, and R3. So she has elements of all 4. It's the D that is prominent. So it doesn't mean that you're pure D. It doesn't mean that you're pure I. There would be themes which would be common. So in my case, when I did my DISC, in my case, it was R and S. So I was, of course, having more scores in R, but a 1 score less than R, that was S. Same is the case of Cecilia. She has more of D, but I is not behind. So she would be a personality type, which would be predominantly mix of D and I. Right, Mohit?
Yes, that's right one. Absolutely. Thank you for clarifying more for our participants. And so is Mariam. Mariam, like she says that she has I and D both. So we'll find out that which personality is dominant for Mariam. Ala says, is there a possibility that you get 0 in I? Does that mean anything? It means that the other personality types are more predominant, like Vani said. So you have less of I in you. So very less that it is being noticed, or it is actually, identified by this test. So like Vani said, it's a, like we have a personality type which is a combination of D, I, and S and R. So something is going to be dominating somewhere. So maybe R could be more, or maybe S could be more.
So Erla is asking a question. Is it possible to get 0 in I? Does that mean anything? Yes, it is possible. Erla, I also scored 0 in I. So it's okay. And it's not wrong. So it's okay. You can have a very low score in one of the quadrants. That's okay. Yash says that he is almost equal in 4 types. That's good. That means you would be a particular person who would gel well with all. So it's okay. It's also a good sign. See, there's no bad or good in anything. The whole idea is if we know our strengths and we know the other person's point of view, then it becomes easy. Mariam says, can this result change with actual situation, which means we cannot rely on results if we are in bad mood, we feel down. However, when seeing life in rows, it will become fine and optimistic. Psychometrics generally are done when we are normal. So that's the assumption behind it. We are at a rational, mindset. Psychometrics change. Your personality changes after, and this is research which says that your personality undergoes changes in when you go through an extreme traumatic situation, or when you go through an extreme, positive situation. So it might be like, I went through almost a life-threatening disease, and when I went through it, I came out of it. I was a different person altogether. Earlier, I might be very arrogant. Probably with that, I might be more grateful, more compassionate. So psychologists and research states that your personality undergoes changes when there is a sudden and a very powerful event that an individual goes through. But generally, if you have a normal life, you tend to stick to that particular predominant state. Over to you, Mohit. Sorry, this topic is very very close to me. So I can, sorry, psychometric is very close to me. So I end up, you know.
Yes,
okay,
absolutely.
Gaurang says
And
I'm
Vani is
unable
also
to arrange.
certified.
Yeah. And moreover, I'm certified in this. So of course, that's how it comes up. Yes, Garang says I'm unable to arrange my score under DISR. So Garang, have you circled all the words that were close to you or which could relate? If you can just say, yes, you have done it. Now go to the scoring sheet. Whatever words you have circled in a row, just look at their option and circle it in the scoring sheet. Say, for instance, as Mohit said, that say, for instance, in your row 1, you have given yourself careful as C. In your scoring sheet, mark C, circle C, which is under R. Okay. You'll have to do this exercise, and then you have to, add the total number of circles in each column. That's how you would understand which scores, or if D is more, you are more of a D predominant personality, I, S, R, respectively. Okay. Sorry, Mohit. Over to you now.
That's right.
I'll take a back seat now.
No, that's perfect. Great. Thank you, Vani, for giving us such an insight on this, and this has really helped the participants to know in depth, because you are certified. So this will definitely give clarifying understanding on DISR. So finding out whether we are D or I or S or R, we will go and see what it means. So I hope by now, Garang, you are able to find out your scores, and you are also able to find out whether you're D dominant or I or S or R. Okay, so now let's go further and discuss individually what it means. So are we ready for that? So have we completed finding our scores and finding that whether we are D more or I more or S more? R dominant. Okay. All right. So let me say that you are a D. So if you're a D, and let's see if the presentation is coming in. So D characteristics are the drivers. D are the drivers, the boss. They are the one who want to control things. Yes. Thank you. So as we see, there are two axes. So on this axis, we see 4 options, which would be outward, inward, task-oriented, and people-oriented. And there are different quadrants for driving, inspiring, supportive, and reflective. So these are drivers, like I said. So they are more of participative. They look for accomplishments. They don't want to be controlled, but they want to control it. They're very ambitious. So if you say that you have to achieve something, that is a task, they are the executors. They would execute it in the right that moment only. They would not sit, or maybe not plan, but they would be more into action. So that's what it is. They can be forceful to their teams, and they can be in less emotions because they are task oriented. So now when we see on this axis, we see drivers to be outwards and task oriented. So they are very straightforward. They can be very determined and strong-willed. So they would not be those people who would say and sit back and plan for a long time and think about it and then do it. They have an idea and they would execute it. So if you say that to these people that we have to climb to Mount Everest next year, so they would say, why next year? Why not now? So they are the executors. So such people would be like Angelina Jolie and Michael Jordan. They are one of those personalities. So they usually have that kind of personality wherein they just do it attitude. They have do it attitude. So whole life they think about achievements. Further, I'll be telling you a lot of interesting thing about D. So D are the drivers. Now let's go to inspirers. Inspiring. They are also outwards, but they are the communicators. They're more people oriented. You will see these kind of people socializing, partying, going for events and conferences. So if you tell them that we have to, let's plan let's go climb the Mount Everest, they would say, why do you have to climb it? Why can't you just take a parachute or maybe some aircraft to it or rocket to it, and we can party on the way to the peak? So that's what they want. They like to socialize. They're more of communicators. They demonstrate their personalities to the people they meet. So such kind of personality would be of Will Smith. Will Smith is one of those personality with I types. Can I see who else is I in the chat box? I just see D and R here. No S and I. Is there anyone who is I also? Do we have any I's here? No I. All right. If it's not, maybe if you have some part of I in you in your personality, that means that this is what you look to. That part of you would like to socialize with people, go have party, and enjoy work. So those people would not like to stay home and work, or maybe stay in the office and work. Those people would go out and make sales. Maybe those people are more into the profession where you have the interaction with people, you have to face people. So that's what I is. So in case if you have a time score between D and I, so let's say you have 8 points for D and you have 8 points for I, just ask this to yourself, that whether you are people oriented or you are task oriented person. So there is going to be a balance. Like somewhere you're going to be 51% and somewhere you're going to be 49%. So if there is a tie between two scores, ask to yourself whether you're a people oriented person or you're a task oriented person. So you could say, okay, I'm task oriented. I just want to execute. I'm the one who believe in executing. So when there is a deadline to meet, I would not care, even if I have to be really stubborn to my teammates and my juniors. I would just not care. So you're more task oriented in that case. You're not considering people if they're sick, if they have any personal commitments or anything. You just want the task to be completed in that moment. So that's what I's are. Now let's see what S are. The supporters. Supporters. So if you tell them that you have to climb to Mount Everest, maybe in a year or so, they would say that I can't do that. I have people who love me, who look up to me. I have to be here. I have to make sure that I'm safe and I'm available to them when they are in need. So they are S, like S says, supportive. They are those tortoise. The tortoise. They're calm, they're relaxed, they'd be passive and possessive at times. So when I say tortoise, that means from the story of that rabbit and tortoise story. So they are slow and steady. They're consistent. So that's what it is for them. So when you see a lot of people who are donating and contributing. You see a lot of people who are S are philanthropists. Bill Gates is S. So that's what it is. Okay, so let's go to R now. So S is more of people oriented and inward. So let's go to R, that is reflective. Reflective personalities are those who are the executors again, but they are the very good planners. They want charts, they want metrics, they want detailings and everything. They are very particular about things. They are the smart ones. So Albert Einstein is one of them. So they are they can be a little secretive because they're more into planning things and arranging things and coming up with a structure or maybe a model to execute things. So if you tell them that you have to climb a mountain after 2 or 3 years, they would say 2, 3 years. I mean, that's too very less. I at least need 4 to 5 years time. So I have to get acclimatized to the situation. I have to see whether the base camps are in place, whether the weather conditions are okay. So what equipments I need, I have to make a list of it. And I have to make sure that my body and my health is suitable to the climbing conditions, whether I can go or not. I have to get a medical checkup. So, did you understand? What I'm trying to say here is that they are very calculative. They would be very much into detailing. So those kind of personality, Tom Cruise is one of them, Tom Hanks. So they have personalities, very calculated. Mission Impossible. So you can relate to that. So these are the personality types we all have, and like Vani said, we have a combination of it. So somewhere some personality is dominating to us. Maybe we are more of drivers, we are more of inspirers. If I personally believe for myself, I'm some personality, I would say I'm an inspirer. So I'm more of people oriented. I'd like to interact and I'd like to go party than to stay at work more. So we all are like this, and we all have something which is dominant. Okay, so can we move to the next slide?
Yes.
Sure. Okay. So we are here now. So let's get deeper into the understanding and understand what these are. Who are they? So D personality type is they believe in getting things done. They just want to get things done. That's it. Getting immediate results, accepting challenges. What are their strengths? They're innovators, they're problem solvers. So they try to take the control of things, take up challenges, execute it, take the responsibility. We're very aggressive and ambitious, like we discussed. And what do they like? So we can just go through it for once and see that what do they like? They like freedom and less supervision. So like when I say that way, they like to take a control of things where they're very aggressive. So they like freedom to take decisions on themselves and less of monitoring and less of supervision. So can we move to the next slide? And can we move to the inspirers now? Inspirers. Here we are. So inspiring personality. So I have to promote an event. I have to promote an event, and I have to tell you, I have to pitch you, and I want you to attend it. So if you are a D personality type, or if you are an I personality type, or S or R. So how do I do it with D people? How do I do it with D people? How do I do it is when I say that, all right, so I am going to conduct this event for training or a program, and it's based on leadership, and big business leader, big industry players would be there. So it's an opportunity for you to interact and improve your networking. If you come, I'll make you meet a person who started his business with 600 followers and now he has 1 million followers. I definitely, please come, and I just tell me and I will introduce you to him. So this is what they want to hear: leadership, networking, big business. So if you go to their offices also, you enter, you would see they have more of trophies and certificates and the rewards and recognitions. So this is what we would like. How would inspirers would do? Let's go further on the slide and see what inspirers are like and how I would pitch to an inspirer. So they are more enthusiastic, charming, social. Yes, they like to socialize, meet people, improve their networking by interacting at parties, conferences, creative problem solvers, motivate others to achieve, yes, positive sense of humor, peace. So the interaction, they are good communicators. They like to communicate. They like to interact with people. They are inspirers. So when I have to ask and want these people to come to my training program or the event I am conducting, so what would I do in that case? I would say that, well, I'm doing an event. It's going to be a freaking party. You're just going to have a lot of games and funs there. Yes, of course. You will get to meet a lot of people there, and you will have the program. But there'll be a chance wherein you can have an enjoyment, fun, and also work. So that's music to them. So that's music to them. And if you tell them the way you have told it to the D people, it's about leadership, it's about the networking. Okay, networking is still fine, but it is when you tell them it's a big business and we'll be sharing with you the ideas and the strategy for that. So they would be like, all right, I mean, it's going to be boring. I could do that reading books also fine. So I may not be there. So that's the way you pitch in for I personality types. So let's move forward and see what S would be. Supportive. Okay. So supporters, calm, relaxed, composed, the tortoise. Can we move to the other slide? Descriptive one. So they are the team's backbone because they sit and listen. They have great listening skills. They want people to believe in themselves. The calm, composed, you would see them, they're very inward and they're very, such kind of people you would see in blood banks and where there is an NGO, where there is the contribution required. So those people would be there. They'd be reliable and dependable. They're good listeners, patient, empathetic, and they have people skills too. So they would always look forward to a sincere appreciation. They would always look for a connection from you. So you have to approach them in a way that is more of not very practical, but very emotional. They're not pragmatic. Their approaches are not pragmatic. They are more of emotional people. So they do it very consistently. They are very they have a clarity that what they're doing. So they're a bit steady. So if I have to, pitch my event to them and tell them or maybe convince them to, participate in this, what would I do that? How would I do it? I would, in fact, they don't like to be dominated. They really, appreciate the calmness and composedness. So I would say that, all right, this is an event which I'm conducting and I would really appreciate your contribution, and it would really support me if you can really support me with your presence, and it would be really nice if you can bring some people to my event, and it would be a lot of learning, and we'd be sharing useful information to you, which will help, contribute to the humanity or for a better understanding of others and yourself. So now what I'm doing here is I am including more of the people thing, where I'm using words support, help, contribution. So this is what it would sound to them, music. So I'm doing it in a different way. So when you go to their office, what do you see? So like when you go to the office of D, you see more of trophies and certificates and awards and recognition. You see more and many chairs in the office of S. So they will have a lot of people visiting them to tell and share. So that's what it is. Let's move to next, and next would be the reflectors, reflective personalities are, I could see few are personality types. So can we have the slide, which is descriptive? So what are ours? Ours are more of cautious people. They can be bureaucratics, diplomatics, of course. They're very concise and they're very precise about the detailings of things. They can be very creative thinker. They can be very much into detailing, strategy, systematic approach they have for things, and focus on being correct and accurate. So they, if you tell them something which is hypothetical, or if there is which is superficial, they would not have, you cannot have their ears to them. You would definitely need to share any data or any statistics, stats for that matter. They need to know if that is proven or if that is kind of used to them. Like we're not wasting time with the hypothetical details to them. So that is important for them to know. So if I have to pitch and tell them that if you come to my event, it would be really wonderful. So how do I say that? So at this event, we are going through some extremely detailed information. We're going through some matrix where we will tell you that how, by using this model, or maybe by using this approach, people were able to deliver this results, and 20% people who were able to just able to achieve 20%, now they're able to achieve 70% of it. So that is what they want to hear. Now this is music to them, wherein I'm sharing the details, when I'm sharing the metrics, when I'm sharing the models with them. So if you go to their office, what do you see? You see a lot of charts, you see a lot of planners, you see models on their tables, you see a lot of pen and papers with detailings and rough details and the blueprints of things. So that's what these reflectors are. So they are the personality types who are the smart one, genius one. So that's what about the different personality types are. So if you have anyone which is dominating, you're more towards that, you're leaning more towards that quadrant of it. Whether it's D, it could be S, it could be I, or it could be R. So now let's quickly go to next slide, and I want you to quickly find out, and we will discuss that. Can we go to next slide, Tanvi? Yes. So now we have 3 questions for all personality types. So if we have D, if we have I, and if we are, we would be breaking you in rooms, and then we'd be coming back, and we want you to discuss what works well with you. You means your personality type, D. What doesn't work well with you, your personality type, and how you can engage your personality type people. Tanvi, can we break them in the rooms?
Yeah.
So we'll do this for 3 minutes, and we'll quickly discuss these 3 things, and we'll be back.
Okay. Okay.
So I think we have D and I personality types. D and sorry, R.
Yeah, I have put them in two rooms that were done previously, Mohit.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can move into any of the rooms and you can join the conversation.
All right. So let's quickly do this for 3 minutes, everyone. And we will discuss what works well with our personality type. I'm starting the timer here, and we'll see what doesn't work with our personality type and what engages our personality type. All right. So we are back now.
Okay, Mohit, people might be just trickling back in.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, everyone. So great that we discussed. So now I want you to tell us that how you can engage your personality type. Now, how I can engage the personality types? Please tell me. Babita, you are the personality type, right? Yes, Ella, you would like to share with us that how we can engage your personality type people?
Come again, sir?
Yeah, I'm saying that we would like to know from you that how we can engage people of your personality type. What are the things we should do?
I think that they should understand or see me as it's true that I'm what's that in the notes, that I'm a person who is output oriented
Okay.
and executors. In my work, it's true that I am focusing on the task, a task oriented person, not more on the person oriented, on the people oriented one. So I think the other type of personality to have a good, I think, good working relationship with my type and our type, just to get know me better and have or a trust over me. So kasi by in time na I became also like a talkative person if I know the person well. That would be all.
So you have our personality type, right?
Yes, yes.
Yes. So how we can engage everyone, how we can engage our personality type, what I understand is by giving them enough time to work. So giving them the, enough logic and data and to make strategy, and they need to have a clear direction and clear understanding of the thing they're doing. Am I right, Ella? So this is how we can engage you.
Yes.
Right? Yeah. So they need to have enough time to work, and they need to have rationality more when they are into some project and when they are into some assignment. So now let's see where the D's are. So I want D personality type people to tell us how we can engage them. Yes, I think we have Darlene, you are the personality type, right?
Yes, I'm a D. And I guess for people to engage me, I think it's better that they're very direct. They tell what they want, they tell what is it that they see, they tell me what is wrong so that I can address it easily, because there are times that I really don't know if what exactly is their thinking. It's really hard to guess or to what do you call that, to really read body languages, and so they really have to be really direct, and it helps, and as time goes by, interacting with people, then I can understand them properly if I observe that they have this gesture or they have this emotions, then
I can tell that, oh, they're upset, or if there's something going on, then probably I can ask them, oh, what's going on? Is there a problem with work, or do you need some help? Something like that. So I think
Right.
that's what I got from this session.
Okay. So I think that what you mean to say is, so the D personality types, if you want to engage them, so you need to trust them, and they need to work independently. So you have to give them independent assignments, wherein you're not always, picking or maybe monitoring them continuously and giving them continuous feedback. So they need to be, left alone for some time to, bring the results, because they would be really direct. Like Darlene said, they are very direct and they are very straightforward. And they would always want rewards and recognition. So if there is some reward associated, or there is a high kind of achievement to it, so they would definitely go for. So there is something where we can see them getting engaged more into it. So since we have D and R more here in this room, let me tell you how you can engage I here. So I personality types can be engaged. So they need to be given a VIP seat. So they need to feel that they are important people. So they would be like, okay, I'm on the spot, I'm under the spotlight, I'm in the front seat. So they need to feel special, because they are more people oriented. They are people oriented because they kind of like to interact with people. They don't like to interact with those people who they are getting rejected from. So they need to feel accepted. They need to feel like they are some person in the group. So they need to feel VIP. Now coming to S, how you can engage people with the S personality type. So like I said, they are more of emotional people. They need empathy. They need someone to listen to them. So emotional persuasion. You have to be patient with them. You cannot be just too fast, or you cannot be too aggressive with them, or maybe you are rushing to something. So if you want, like I said, tortoise, slow and steady. So if you tell them that, okay, something is to be done today or tomorrow, and it's urgent, so then you will not see them putting or translating it into something worthwhile or maybe fruitful or result based. They need to be, you need to have patience with them. So why I'm saying this to you is understanding others, coming again back to what we were talking today. The most important thing, understanding others. Why it is important? Because others are in our teams, others are around us, professionally, personally, and it is important for us to know our people who we are working with, who we live with, and in the community. Because like Babita and Dennis, they started initially saying that we are not living in isolation. We are not living in silence. We are living in a community. We're living in a society. So it's very important for us to understand. So it is to create, it's not that we want to create your person, or this test is not to create a person who would judge or who would create an opinion against someone, but to have more an effective understanding, an effective relationship, an effective community of your team. So then you are able to produce results. So that is what for today is, and this is the outcome for today's session, understanding others. Tanvi, so here we are for today, and this is the understanding we bring from this topic. I hope you all liked and you all have an insight on your personality type. Do we all have it? Can I see the green text if we have it?
Mohit, we have some inputs coming in the chat.
Yes, I'm on to it.
Yeah.
Thank you. You're welcome. Understand each
Thank you very much.
individual holistically.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Yes, so holistically, definitely, it is very important. You will never be able to know yourself completely, perfectly, but yes, you will have an insight definitely that, okay, this personality type is more dominant in my teammate. So I could utilize him for this work, wherein I can give him independent assignments. So I understand that this personality, his personality type is more supportive. So maybe you can utilize him in the place where you need to have people who can have patience, good listening skills, empathy, customer service is one of those. So salespeople are more of this execution. They have to bring targets, they have to meet targets, they have to bring results. So that's the way you understand people. Aina says, does a great team would mean having all 4 types of people in the group? Yes, definitely. And a great team makes why? You know, when you have a diversity in the team, when you have people from different backgrounds, different skill set, different understanding, so then you make a great team. So it is very important. You cannot have a great team when all people are just D types. So we all are the executors. You also need people who are sociable. You will also need people who are good listeners. You will also need people who are good reflectors, who would get into research and detailing and, you know, understanding the matrix of it. So if you expect the I person who likes to socialize would sit down and make a research model, or maybe would make a matrix, or, you know, understand that research, he would not be able to perform the way our type personality can do. So that's the idea behind is.
Mohit, may I say that like using all the fingers, making it a punch is better than
Yes.
using a single finger and lifting something.
Absolutely. You're absolutely correct, Ravita. So you have drawn the conclusion out of this that yes, the fist. Very good, very good.
And Mohit, which type are you? DISR?
You will tell me that. Now that I've spent
No,
some
I
time
won't
with
say-
you.
No, I want to tell us yourself.
I would really appreciate if you can vote and you can tell me that which personality type I would have. Just in case maybe would do. Then
I
I'll
think
tell
that
you.
I think that you are an S or R.
Mariam says
I think you're also an S.
I would say an
Okay.
S. An S or oh.
In between
S or
S and
R.
R. Yeah. In between.
Okay.
And are we right
Okay.
or wrong? Are we right or wrong?
Yes. No,
His
I mean, like,
silence
yes,
means yes.
I am more of I and S both. So I'm a people-oriented person. So I'm on this side of definitely. Yeah. So I have a balance between I and R. I and S, sorry.
Cecilia,
Yes.
Mohit is coming to Guatemala now.
Yes, for sure.
Come here, come.
Yeah.
Okay. Nice
Thank
to
you
see
very
you.
much.
But thank you very much. It was
Thank you.
very nice and very motivating. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I really loved everyone's participation and really loved it. And thanks to Tanvi, Vani, they were very supportive and they kept sharing their insights too. I'm very thankful for that.
Thank you.
Over to you, Tanvi.
Thank you, Mohit. I can see that our participants enjoyed this discussion a lot. And thanks to you for taking them through a journey of understanding others, and that too in such an engaging manner. You have that quality. Then that ever smiling face keeps everyone happy as well, learning
Thank you very
and gaining knowledge. So thank you. Thank you, Mohit. And participants will be going for a longer break, the 20-minute one. And post that, we'll return with Dr. Sujata, who will be taking us through managing emotions. So you can all just stretch, relax, and then we'll come back again.
Okay.
Thank you very much,
Thank
everyone.
you.
All the best.
Okay.
Thank you, everyone. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you are back with us. Okay. Hi, Cecilia. Welcome back. Who else is back? Mariam? Hi. Hi. Thanks for confirming that you're back. Hi,
Hi.
Navneet. Welcome back.
Thank you.
Oh, you're still having your lunch or breakfast?
Yeah, yeah, lunch. It's 12:20 here.
Ah, okay. Hi,
But finish.
yeah, please have it. That's the luxury of online workshops, you know. You can eat.
But unfortunately, I cannot be home. Like I have to come to office. My boss said it start here like 9:30. He said usually I come to office early. He said you come early, isn't it? 8:10. You work from 8:10 to 9:30. Then after the it's over, then you work again till it.
Ah, okay. Most of the people here, I mean, I think 50% of the audience is attending from office and 50% from home.
Oh.
I can see Dr. Sujata has also joined in. Hi, Dr. Sujata, good afternoon.
Hi, Sujata.
Yeah,
How are
hi.
you?
I'm good.
I think participants are well acquainted with you now.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I
This is the
want-
first
Hello,
time.
Sujata.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm good. Good to see you.
You can
all.
see me today.
Hi, Pavita. Yeah, I can see. I'm trying to figure out the similarities between you and Tanvi.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out in the morning.
Oh,
as
you
well.
did that?
No, their face cut match.
It does.
And especially the forehead matches. Yeah. Yeah. It's the forehead. Yeah.
You know हिंदी में क्या कहते हैं ना? किसका बड़ा बड़ा ये होता है?
Matha.
My father used to say, "इतना बड़ा बड़ा माथा."
Okay. So they're intelligent people.
Yeah.
My father used to say that.
Thank you, Dr. Jata.
Thank you. My father used to say that.
So over to you, Dr. Sujata.
Hey, hi, thanks.
Yes.
Just to quickly, is it visible?
Yes,
Hey, Ganesh, I did not see you yesterday. You have joined us, so good to see you. Okay, welcome back.
Thank you.
I'm sure that you had lots of time to think about yourself yesterday after doing the workshop. Did you find time, Cecilia, to introspect?
Yeah. Yes, I'm learning a lot. Thank you. It's good to see you again.
Thanks. That makes me feel happy. And managing emotions is all about exchanging this positive feelings, thinking to each other. Well, we are in day 4 of the workshop, and I'm happy to be part of this workshop. Thanks to Vani and team here at AITD to bringing me back so that, I get an opportunity to learn from different cultures as well. Today, this is also part of renewal of your self. So this is a workshop which is designed for you to explore the strength of emotions and how can we manage it in our personal as well as our professional life, because we are continuously interacting with people, and in the course of such interactions, many times we react, and sometimes we actually think back and say that, I could have reacted or responded differently. So that's exactly where we are. And let me take you through the workouts. I'm going to be there with you for another couple of hours. And let me set the context, and then probably we'll take our conversation ahead. This is a very common topic, I would call it so, because emotions is something all of us experience in our life. And we also realize that emotions spill over, and by the time they recede, the damage is done. So many times we would have felt this, right? So researchers in psychology says while we cannot always choose our emotions, we can choose the way we want to respond to them. And that's the catch here. In this context, the workshop is designed by our research team to enable you with the ability to deal effectively with your emotions, as it's the key to foster harmony, cohesiveness, togetherness among our team members. To start with, we will try to explore what are emotions and what are the components of emotions. Then it's very important to manage it. However, in the step of managing it, it's equally important to recognize them. So we shall explore the importance of recognizing emotions, because it's the key how to express how we feel in a healthy, safe manner. And then we will move forward in understanding the impact that we will create. So for example, sometimes we are unreasonably harsh with us, or we jump to wrong conclusions about other people's motives. This can cause problems and make us unhappy, and it can lead to be unfair to others. So we would explore the strength of emotions from the perspective of yourself and others. And then the workout will try to explore, what is this positive and negative emotions? Are they both important? Are they similar? And then we would move forward to quickly do a psychometric assessment to understand how emotionally intelligent we are. And then we will strategize things around that to manage emotions. And at the closure, we will try to explore what is this emotional agility. Am I hooked by an emotion? Is it possible for me to understand it, that I'm hooked, and then flourish by changing my course of action? So this is exactly how the layout of this 120 minutes is. Hope you're comfortable with the layout.
Yeah.
You want to add anything? Or in the course of it, you will discuss. Okay, I can see some tick marks and a yeah. Well, as I said, emotions is a very common word. We keep using it, right? Probably we use it sometimes as feelings. So emotions influence how we live and interact with each other. The choices we are making, the actions we take, and the perceptions, in fact, we have, all are influenced by our emotions, which we experience in a particular point of moment. It could be a second, but still we experience it. So I'm sure this reflection on managing emotions is going to help each one of you here to enhance your leadership potential and explore how good you are as a team leader and as a teammate in the process of achieving the organization's goal. So the objective of the journey is to understand every success or failure. I repeat it again, okay? Every success or failure is not a result of your decisions alone, but it's all about making choices and reacting to a particular circumstance. So people like us because we reacted and responded well. Probably people start evaluating us because our responses were not greatly good. How do we therefore ensure that, at every instant of our life, we enable ourselves to manage our emotions? Is what the journey is all about. Well, I think this is the longest time I would speak. Here on, you will take over. There's a question, a situation, and then we would try to explore it together. Imagine you sprint through the airport on the run to catch your flight. While you're trying to make your way through the crowd of the people waiting in the security check, you spot a very old friend you haven't seen for ages. Oh, I can see smiles when I said you will see your friend. What would you do? Chat box, you can use your chat box so that we make it more interactive. But the best way is jump in your voice. We would like to hear and interact with you. What would you do?
Instantly, I will go ahead and hug my friend.
Okay, good. I'll just jump and I'll go hug my friend. And that's true. Most of us would end up doing that. Yeah.
For me, it will be an exclamation. Hey, how are you doing?
Very true, very true. So we'll really raise our voice, probably we'll shout out and say, hey, how are you? You know, it's just and there's an element of surprise as well, right? You're right. So probably before even hugging, we will shout out. Great. Anything more?
Long time no see.
Long time no
Long
see.
time no see.
Yeah, something like that also for me. Same with Babita. Probably I'll call my name's friend and, hey, how are you? How have you been? Then probably chat for just a few seconds, and then I'll just say, oh, I have to rush. Let's meet sometime, or let's catch up some other time.
So there'll be some exchange of phone numbers, probably some.
Are you on Facebook? Are you on WhatsApp?
True, true. So I can see a lot of us, here that, already you're smiling, and I can catch up to that. You're all overwhelmed with that excitement spirit. I am excited to meet you. And that's exactly probably what we would try to tell. Probably go and give one punch at the back and then give a hug and, take some numbers. Are you there in WhatsApp, Insta? How can I connect to you? Yes. Of course, there's a lot of happiness that will roll down, right? Okay, that's interesting. Any more reactions? Oh, this is all about.
And someone said, may I know where and why I'm traveling?
Okay, someone has said, right. Maria, I'll catch the attention of my friend is what Erla says. Yes. And I would catch my flight. Yash says, I'll wave my hand and move forward. Okay. May I know where and why I'm traveling is what probably you never know. You can travel together as well. You're right. Mariam says that if it's not important, I will delay and stay with her. Wonderful. So to that extent, we will give up things around that we had planned. We might sit, chit chat, probably catch up on our memories, what you're doing, how are you, where are you, and all that. Success, failure, challenges. Of course, we do that. Great. Now, that's exactly how we react. And there can be instance as well, they had been your friend, probably something not greatly good happened. And if that's so, we might even try to avoid, we might feel, oh no, I'm embarrassed, I don't want to see, this kind of an emotion is also possible. If that he was or she was a friend earlier, and probably you did not have a good closure. So probably you might even try to avoid, right? So the other way around is also possible. With that note, let's quickly get into concept of what was your reaction. Now, research highlights, interesting piece of fact says, the research highlights that there is approximately 34,000 distinguishable emotions. Can you imagine? 34,000. So you will agree with us that there are a wide range of different emotions, and it can be difficult to know what we are feeling. Sometimes, we hug and then we will roll out tears. And I've seen, sometimes when some people in prayers also, when they stand and they're praying, probably they're so emotional that they're just crying. They don't know what to say. So it is possible that this long-time friend, very close childhood pal, you might end up crying. And probably that's an expression of happiness. For somebody, it could be an expression of sadness as well, right? So becoming aware of our emotions is very important if we have to build our skills to master it. Thanks, Munira. And, Munira says that I will say hello to him and talk. I will send you a message and we will communicate and catch up the flight. It depends on thoughts about the person. Exactly. I do agree with, Cecilia, that what kind of a relationship you carried with that person is very, very important. It's not that for everybody we will express a hi, hello, and a jump and a hug. We will weigh the intensity of the relationship that we guys were carrying, and probably we will try to express our reaction accordingly. Communicate with care is what Ilham says. Yes. So even in your communication, you can show care, right? Yeah. Absolutely right. So becoming aware is going to help us master it. And that's exactly where we are going to deep dive to understand what are emotions. I think you all have lots of experience, and in day-to-day life, when we are working with our teammates, personal, with peer members, with friends, family, Many times we had felt this emotion as a feeling. So let me ask you this question. What are emotions according to you? What do you think? How do you describe it? What are emotions? Any one word how would you like to describe emotion? Emotion is a
Feeling.
feeling. Keep it simple and sweet. It's a feeling. Erla also compliments the same answer. Feeling. Cecilia says it's a chemistry of reactions, right? Mariam says it's feeling expressed by reaction. Great. So you feel and then you express. Yash says it's feelings. Great. Okay. Anything more? Anything more? It's all about feelings, reactions. Okay. Is it spontaneous? It just comes out. What's your take on that? How's it like? Yeah, Cecilia says it's spontaneous. I just said it and she was typing. Okay, emotions can't be expressed. Fatima says, yes, it's spontaneous. And she gives a hyphen and she says, for ladies. Okay, for our gender, it is more spontaneous. Okay, you brought smile in Pabita's face as well. Okay, so emotions sometimes, they are reaction to something. Of course, you're right. Emotions are feelings that we carry. Emotions are reactions. It is moods. Sometimes we feel that they are sentiments that we have. They are spontaneous, definitely. Instantaneous as well. It's part of a memory. And as you said that there are a lot of thoughts that rush, right? And therefore, emotions is probably made up of thoughts. So, Munira, I also buy what you've written, depends on the person's personality and the relationship that each one of us carry. And that's how the thought process and feelings and emotions that we generate to the person. Excellent. So what are emotions? How is psychology looking at emotions? They're reactions, of course. Reactions from our unconscious. And that's exactly why they are instantaneous, as you said, and captured. They're more spontaneous. Emotions are closely linked to bodies, and each emotion has a particular behavior linked to it. So let me share an example. I was driving a car and somebody came from the wrong side. In India, it's very frequent. There's a lot of chaos on the roads. So someone came from the wrong side. It just touched my rear mirror of the vehicle. And I was actually driving to my office for a meeting. I just got impatient, irritated. I was also fearful because I thought, did I do any mistake? And for a minute, I just realized it was so much of adrenaline rush. I became almost red. I could sense that my heart was beating very fast and was super stressed. And I think you all will agree, whenever we are experiencing this emotion, we also realize that body reacts and each emotion has an outcome of a behavior. We do realize it. So we become furious. Sometimes we end up spilling over words that we cannot pick up. So I think the word emotion very rightly says that, it's elicit of emotion. And it's all about react and move in certain ways. Emotions, definitely are connected to our, if I go more technically right, it is connected to our subcortical memory and things like that. It's totally intertwined with our thought process. And therefore, all put together, we express it. Therefore, let me take a closer look to it. The same example, you are in the airport, you saw your friend, you told me that you will hug, you will smile, you will take a phone number and all of that. Let's have a closer hawk's eye to it. Think about what thoughts, bodily reactions and behavior followed the emotion. What are the consequences? What happens when you were experiencing an emotion? When you met your friend, imagine for a minute, that close friend you met, how will it change your mood? How will it change the air around you? What consequences that you face? Let me understand how creative you are. Narrate to me. Anybody wants to try? Dravlin. How exactly you will feel. Just describe that piece of event.
I think that first it's our thought about something, some stimulation. After we have a reaction, that is the motion. For example, I get red or I'm crying or something like that. And after is my action. For example, to cry or to say hi, hello, and everything. So I think that is the third part. The action is what the people look at me.
Wow.
But inside me, I can feel the warmth. For example, if I'm hot, if I get mad or get angry, I can feel it. But the people can see what my reaction is about this emotion.
Wow, good, great. I think she's frozen.
Yeah,
Babita,
Sujata,
yeah.
like 70% of our communication is for our bodily language.
Wow, yes.
So yeah, like the hands, the face, the shyness in the eyes, everything will show that we are happy. But as Cecilia said, these are what the people can see. They can see our emotion through the gestures in our body. Yet, sometimes maybe inside, let's say I was traveling to a family who got a problem or a death in a family abroad, yet I met that friend who, my expression will be there, but she won't know that inside my heart, it's also paining.
Great. Very nicely put. So it's like emotions are what was, whatever we recognized is it's actually made up of our thoughts. Very rightly put. There is definitely bodily reaction. I'm sure that you all agree to it. And I love the way you put it. Cecilia said that it's all about what other people see, but definitely there is something what I am undergoing, right? So it all starts about inside and then there is an expression outside. Babita also complimented that. Mariam is also complimenting it. She says, surprise, lost of words, full of joy, and surely the memories will cross my mind. So there's a lot of cognition. Memory and thoughts are definitely playing a lot of role the way we, take that felt emotion, towards the expression. So greatly put. So you have all caught the exact, I would say that the chord of components of emotion. So as we explore emotions, now here on, we are going to definitely take it in this manner. We understand and we recognize an emotion. We realize that there are thoughts attached to it, which is another component. We also understand that there are bodily sensations, what's going on in my body. And behavior is also part of emotion because that's exactly what we end up, expressing outside. That's how people try to observe us. So components of emotions is something which we need to understand. It's not this length. It's all happening in, a fraction of a second. When I call Babita, she looked at me and it's over, right? She looked at me, she acknowledged me, she smiled. It's over, right? So that's the fast swiftness that we are capturing whenever we are talking about emotions in this conversation. With that note, it's easy for us to therefore realize emotions we feel have a lot of subjective, physiological, expressive component. How we experience the emotion and how our body reacts to the emotion can definitely influence our action. Now, what is this reaction and response? What is feeling and emotion? But are they synonymous? Are they different? Is there a gap between both? Is what we are going to explore. How many of you agree that there is a difference between reaction and response? If it's a yes, give me a tick mark. If it's a no, just give me a cross. A tick mark and a cross. I can see lots of thumbs up coming. Great. Okay. So Mariam has given me a cross. She feels that they're same. Let me wait for others to also respond. Yash, what's your take? Is Beam Sam here today? Dennis C.
See him.
Yes. So Abdul, what is your take on it? Do you sense there is a difference between both? Zella says yes. Yeah, I can see some thumbs up coming there. So you're all up alive there with me after this break. So let's explore what is this thin line of difference between reaction and response. And if you want to master something, you know, it's good to actually learn how to respond to things. Emotions are highly instinctive. It's you know, it's a reaction to a stimulus. Think of an event. You saw a cat, you know, you just saw a cat jumping from your behind. Okay. How will you feel? Anybody? A cat just jumped from the back. Imagine Babita in your office from the backside, it's just jumping. Okay, she has expressed it. She said, what next? What next you will do? What next you will do?
Move.
Excellent. Exactly. So, for instance, whenever we feel that something is happening, we try to label it. We create a fear. When we have this fear, it's like either you fly, which is flight, or you try to actually fight. Am I making sense? So either you take something and you ensure that the cat is being frightened, or you will run away from that place, or you will move. And that is so instantaneous because the hormones are reacting. So reactions are unconscious. It's subconscious too. So what is then response? It's assigning a meaning. Interesting. That's the feeling that we are talking about. While actually, Babita did not now experience a cat jumping, but still she could create some associations from her memory that if at all there is a cat jumping, I will move.
Yeah.
How many of you here just don't like a lizard? A lot of you might not like a lizard. Yeah? Yeah, it is the skin of the lizard or probably a crocodile makes us feel, oh yeah, no.
Cockroaches.
Cockroaches, yes, of course.
I'll run away.
I should have taken that example. Okay, great.
I would scream. My neighbors would know that there is a cockroach in the house when they hear me screaming.
Genesis says spider. Of course. So what is all of this, you know? Interestingly, feelings are a subjective state of emotion. You know why? Because it's very consciously experienced. When I say consciously experienced emotional reaction, I just mean to tell you that you have your own knowledge about a particular thing. You are trying to create some kind of an association about it. And therefore, you are coming to a conclusion of a like or a dislike, right? So responses, we always have a choice to make. Reactions is something which will anyway happen, any which way happen. Right. So this is the slightest difference between emotion and feeling. So when I am managing emotions, why is that I must be bothered about knowing reaction and response? Because when we are working with people, teammates, it's very important for us to get the team together. And in the process of getting the team together, a lot of times for what happens in our discussions, whatever happens in terms of interactions, we might end up this reaction caught because that's more spontaneous. You might get hijacked by it. So it's better that we are aware of the reaction. Therefore, we are able to respond. And we should be very mindful when we're responding. You know why? Because these are associations that you have identified. You might be wrong as well because you might have some misconceptions. Somebody who's a researcher who worked with spider or a cockroach will say, oh, cockroaches are very lovely to work with. All the experiments work on that. So their experience and the connections and the associations that they have, any cockroach that they see, they will get excited. But Babita will jump and shout and run. Are you understanding what we are doing here? Great. So I think we have set the tone here together. Thank you so much for that. this is where I'm going to introduce you to this emotional wheel. It's a very fascinating wheel. It's too good to watch. Go to your handbook, page number 72. Page number 72 of your handbook. We have an emotion wheel. Have you got hold of that? A quick yes or no? Yeah, great.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you there. So let me explain it and then probably you can take a closer look to it. This is a feeling emotion wheel, which was actually researched by a psychologist by name Plutchik, and we call it Plutchik's model. This is used to actually recognize the feeling that we are undergoing. So understanding and interacting with an emotion can be explored by these three aspects. What is the basic emotion in a situation? What was its intensity? And what kind of combinations it's making? So while people understand their current emotion, they may panic as they're internally focusing. It's a lot of there is a lot of disillusionment. As I told you in my cockroach example, it's just confused at a point of time. It's all gray. It's not even a cockroach. Probably something ran. And then you might imagine that it's a cockroach.
Yes.
Yeah. In your backyard, probably there is one rope that is hanging. Probably you will feel that, it could be a snake and you will scream. Right? So this is natural. And therefore, it is very important to measure and, have a closer look. What is that basic emotion that I am undergoing at a particular point of time? We are just training ourselves, to take a micro-macro perspective look. Let me put it more simple. You might go to a doctor. The doctor might ask you, hey, why you're all well? So you say, no, 3 days I'm running fever. But the doctor will ask you 100 questions around that space. Okay, 3 days, any medicine taken, any precautions taken? How did you manage these 3 days? And then they might even say that go and take a test. Go and take a test. Why do they do that? They might touch and feel and tell you that, hey, it's fever. I'll give you a paracetamol. They don't do that. They try to get into deep and then understand what is it. So for managing emotions, it's very important to actually go close to realize what is the basic emotion and what is the level of intensity of that emotion so that I can manage people. So many times I'll tell you, when I'm working with my team members, I've seen people unable to manage their deadlines. I'm sure you also had witnessed. And when you sit and talk to them on a table, you get to understand there are a lot of things other than what we are at the surface watching they're undergoing. And therefore, it's important to help them also. You can help your team member to even understand, hey, look, you are actually looking at things and blowing it off. Probably this is exactly what you're undergoing, and you can actually take it forward. Okay, and I think in the PDF format, Vani says that it's in page number 98. Okay, you can also pick up your handbook and figure out it might be in page number 98. Here is the Plutchik's model, and I want to draw your attention in the mid of the circle. There's a circle. Am I right? Yeah, great. So you will get to see that there are 8 bipolar emotions there, which is developed in the course of evolution. So what are they? You get to see here, the admiration, terror, amazement, grief, loathing, rage, and vigilance. So these are the bipolar emotions. And why is it called as bipolar emotions? Let me quickly explain to you in this. Opposite, the emotions that are placed opposite to each other are bipolar. And you will get to see that there are shades of similarity when the emotion is plugged in next to it. So amazement and, if you get to see the grief and loathing and rage and vigilance, they are actually next to each other, which is just the contrast. If you look at it, grief is a contrast to the ecstasy, and therefore they are bipolar to each other. So Plutchik has arranged the emotions in the wheel in the context of one next to the other, which is gradation. And he has also arranged it one opposite to the other, which is just the opposites, which is joy is opposite to sadness, anger, fear are together side by side. You know, you can actually look at it. So the wheel illustrates the relationship. What is that? It is illustration. The primary emotions and the other related ones. What is it? Now let's go one step more. Let's pick up ecstasy, which is the fulcrum, and move upward. Ecstasy upward is joy, and then it is serenity. Yeah. Grief, just if you just go to the outer part of the flower, you get to see that grief's extension is sadness, pensiveness. Loathing's expression is disgust and boredom. Now you can think of any team member who is probably not performing over a period of time. Imagine that you've coached them and you heard a lot of things that they're undergoing. Now, how do you even give them a solution if you don't understand the intensity of the emotion that they are undergoing? So somebody might be at that admiration, which is the middle of it. The intensity is very high. And if you extend it, probably it is going to lead to trust and it's going to lead to acceptance. So as a leader, if you want to build trust with your teammates, it's very important for you to concentrate on admiration. You have to walk the talk. You will have to ensure that you trigger that admiration. Then they trust you. Then that leads to acceptance. Imagine some of the team members, you know, they look at you and then the minute they recognize that the boss is coming, some people will take U-turn and walk. Am I right? They just want to avoid. Why? Fear. Today it is fear. Probably the intensity can jump to terror. Horrifying expression, right? So be aware of how this unveils like a flower. Now, he also talks about combination of emotions. Very interesting. Joy and trust. They're simultaneous, they're side by side, right? Joy and trust. Together, it is love. Surprise and sadness, you don't know how to react. So it is disapproval. Sadness and disgust leads to remorse. Disgust and anger, you just want to shun away, can't them. Anticipation and anger, you become aggressive. And this is what this entire emotion wheel help us to understand. So to conclude, I just want to give one-liner and close by the time you're thinking. Plutchik's model can be used in our day-to-day life to realize and recognize the feeling that we are undergoing and the feeling others are undergoing. We need to just consider how any particular emotion from the inner can go to the outer circle. Hope you are comfortable. Are you able to
how you call this wheel? How you call this wheel?
How you
call this wheel?
So you can actually, how you call this the feeling emotion wheel? Feeling emotion wheel.
And it is who has
it's a research work started with, a lot of them have researched around it. Plutchik's model. Plutchik.
Okay, Plutchik model. Okay, thank you.
I think it's also given in the booklet as well. The reference points have been given. Hope you are there with me. Is this making sense for you? Are you there with me? All of you here? Thumbs up. I can see some energy coming. Okay, great. I think that you have started thinking this far, what is it and how is it? What are the components and what is exactly that we feel? Let's take a closer look and relax for a time. And you talk and I listen. Let's look at this picture. Take a deep look, huh? And share your thoughts. Have a look at this picture. What did you observe? And you can get into chat box and I'll be happy to talk. Hey, Audrey, good, you're here. What is that you're observing? As you have a look at this.
I am not that person, but I feel empathy. So I am observing, I am trying to find out what he's looking at as he's doing. So it is important to have this emotion in order to explore and to feel that kind of investigation or something like that, curiousness, in order to do so.
Okay. So you
Um,
feel, yeah, go ahead. I can see, he looks sad. Yeah.
Yeah, I see a frightened boy. He's hidden in a box or something which has a hole, a burned hole. The hole is a bit burned around. He's looking through it, and he wants to know who is coming, or he's afraid someone is behind him. I don't know. I can feel this. I can see this.
Okay. There is fear. Ilham says that probably there is fear, and Yash says
He
that
seems
the
curious.
person may be in fear and sad. Vani says that probably the picture is all about curiosity.
Yeah, I feel the same. He feels curious.
Curious, wanting to know something outside. Yeah.
Yeah.
Great. A man is looking through a hole, looking something above him. He may be hiding. Oh, he's hiding. Mariam says that a man looking through a hole may be in prison, looking for a beam to refresh himself. He's afraid. Hopeful, maybe looking for the future. Wonderful. Thanks, Mariam. That's all that you've put together. Okay. So, therefore, when we observe this, mind prison. Thanks, Maria. Okay, caught up in your own thoughts. Great. So we can understand that feelings can be, something which is driven by our own experiences and cognition. I'll tell you with this experiment, the same picture was shown to border security for officers. Am I right, Vani? BSF officers. Is Vani here?
Yes, BSF.
Can I share my experience with them?
Yes, please.
So the same picture was actually shown to the border security force officers a couple of weeks before, and there were about 40-50 of them attending the program, and it's a very series of program. Probably I would have met some 150 officers this far. And you will not believe, most of them, when we showed this picture, said that it's some war that is happening. There's a war. And probably the child is hiding. And another extreme, this is at one side of the extreme. Majority of the people said like this. And the other extreme people also said, he wants to escape. Probably he's looking for a ray of hope. The other way of looking at it. So why am I sharing this with you is, definitely, all of us, I'm sure you're going through the chat that's running in your cohort. All your friends have written multiple answers. For some, it's curiosity. For some, it's fear. For some, it's mental prison. For some, it is thought. For some, it is a ray of hope. So definitely, feelings are driven by cognition, driven by knowledge, perception and judgment that we have. Yeah? So feelings can be biased, and it can be altered by mental misconceptions. I just want to recollect you. Few slides before I told you, there is a difference between emotion and feeling. Feeling is an association that you make. It's a pattern that you have created by your own memory. Yeah. So therefore, I think we must be aware now, the emotions that we feel can have an impact on others. Because when we feel for others, this is driven purely by the cognition, the perception, and the judgments that we make because of what we know, how we know, and what we experience. And therefore, it's very, very important. Managing emotions can only happen only when you recognize the feelings in the right way. This leads us to the next part of the conversation. And it enables us to therefore sort our feelings into likes and dislikes. You see something, you saw a picture, and because of your experiences, the stimulus generates an unfelt emotion in your brain, thought. And therefore, what happened? You like something. And when you like something, it generates a positive feeling. Cecilia, I think you said empathy, right? I remember you engaged with this word.
Yes, I did.
Yeah. So what made you feel empathized here?
Why? Are you asking me?
What made you come up with that? You built it on with the picture saying that, I think it's all about empathy. You started with your empathy. What made you say so?
Because as I told you, I am not there. I am not. But when I saw that picture, I can see what he is thinking about, or I am trying to put in my mind what he is hiding of or what he's observing of. That is why I was talking about empathy, because we have in our brain the capacity to do so. That is why it is important to know each other in order to understand and to be empathy for the people. That is why I was talking about that.
Wow, great. So a simplest example, if I pick up, the crocodile or a cockroach, I dislike it. So all the feelings that I undergo around that dislike is negative. And if I like something, all the feeling that go around it is very positive. I met my friend in the airport. I wanted to go and hug. Tears rolled out. I felt very happy. And this is more positive, right? So it is all about how we have desired to look at things from like and dislike. Therefore, for sure, we are very much aware now that our emotions create a lot of impact on others. Let's continue to explore this in detail. I know that I'm going to coin this word and it's going to be difficult to actually take it forward, but it's an exercise of renewal, right? And therefore it's very important. Are there any emotional biases we have for ourselves and others? Levels of impact of our emotions. Our emotions impact our own self. Sometimes you're very kind, how many of us find that time in the morning to say that, hey, you're very good, absolutely good. I'm being very kind to myself. Or probably when something happens wrong, probably there was a meeting, you did not finish it. Probably you were in planning, as we were talking yesterday, and everybody was not coming to one closure, one decision. How do you react to yourself? Are you overconfident? Are you harsh? Think over. So emotions that we carry, the likes and dislikes that we in fact carry, impact ourselves. And definitely, as we interact with others, this emotion and feeling do influence our decisions about them. Therefore, they are being impacted. So we are going to therefore explore both of it in different scenarios. And let's try and explore in depth. How am I connected to myself? What kind of an emotion, like, dislike that I have for myself? What's the narrative that I have built for my own self? There is a question. Think about the time when you were given a challenging assignment at work. I'm sure it would have happened, if not now, in your early careers. What were your initial thoughts around it? Think about the time when you were given a challenging assignment, something we've never done. What were your initial thoughts around it? Chat box is available and you can as well come into the mic.
Can I?
Yeah,
May
go
I?
ahead. Yeah.
First of all, if it's new, I don't know anything about, I'll go and do some search, read about it a bit, and I'll tell myself, let me break it into pieces and see how I'm going to tackle it, because I'll have to do it. I'll have to do it effectively and efficiently.
Okay. Okay, so you'll take a deep look and more possibly,
Challenge myself.
you will
and
be in
challenge
action. Yeah, you'll challenge yourself. Great. Okay.
To do
Genesee, I think she says that not confident, I might feel impossible, I might feel challenging. Great. Yash says that it may be difficult to end the task in time. So there is a little bit of apprehension. Can I close that assignment? Any other answers? Challenging is what most of you have felt. It's difficult, impossible. It purely depends on me. Absolutely right. Yeah, Ellen. Eldra says that ask myself, can I do that? So you will question yourself. Okay. Mariam says that probably asking about what can I do to resolve it. Okay, you will go and seek. So there's a learning opportunity that you find. And then she says that probably it's all about my capability and just start with the knowledge I have and not wait to know a lot. So she will start. Nice answers, right? Your cohort members are excellent in the way they are trying to express their thoughts. So at one side, I get to hear that some of you feel enthusiastic. You have a great feeling, very positive about taking up something very new coming in your way. Yeah, you're willing to explore. And on the other side, I can also hear this voice that's coming from the cohort that I might fear, probably nervous, less confident. And therefore, I might, think twice to do it. Let's take it one step ahead. So for those of you who said it's challenging and I would like to explore this opportunity and move in action, tell me what beliefs enabled you to succeed it? What beliefs enabled you to succeed it?
In myself?
Yes, Babita.
In myself. So for me, I don't know, I have a motto. Any problem, anything has a solution. We just need the time and ability to find the solution. So this is a task. I don't know anything about it. I'm going to read a bit, ask question, break it into pieces and start working on it.
Okay, great. And
so I believe in myself, I'll be able to do it.
Okay, you believe in yourself that you can do it. So probably you feel that nothing to lose. It's all about positive attitude. You're confident.
I'm going to come out learning something out of it.
Oh, lovely. If they can do it, I can do it. Everything can be learned is what Erla feels. Thanks, Erla. There, you're right. I like this answer. I think it's Mariam. 1 second, my screen is not. Munira. Munira says that in myself, ask people with experience, read about the topic and try to learn from videos like YouTube.
Yeah,
so
same.
I'm glad. That's good, So the beliefs that you have is probably you're a learner. The belief that you have is probably you can always hang on to new things, search, and that enables you to perform. The people, some of us here felt that it was challenging. There's a fear. Will I finish it? So what beliefs made it impossible for you? What beliefs stopped you from succeeding? What made you feel, oh, this is not the way it is?
For example, in my case, I can tell you about me. I like everything to be on time and to be perfect.
Okay.
So that makes me feel that do I have the time to do so? Do I have everything, every information to do so? So that is why I think about something, and maybe it has stopped me in order to do so, because I have a lot of details in order to do so, to be perfect, to be on time, to be everything done. So maybe I was thinking now, and maybe it stopped me in doing so. I don't know if I get understood.
Okay. Any other answers? I mean, anything, what stops us generally, you know, anybody can take this up. What stops us from, you know, taking up new things coming into our life? What are those resistance that we have?
The risk.
Well, we can say doubt, we can say insecurity, we can say confusion, because it might be as might, it's same thing, but there's always that sort of insecurity holding us back.
Great. Okay. Therefore, you know, let's debrief. I mean, I think there are a lot of answers that are set in, and what we are trying to bring it across as a point for discussion here is what we think determines what we believe. Yeah. So if you think that I can do it, that's your belief, and that belief make you feel very positive, and therefore that positive help you to act upon, and probably you will close a project. If your start point is not hanging towards something which is giving you a thought that you can't do it, and of course that is going to trigger an emotion which is full of fear and underconfidence, and I think you're going to lose it. So when we are trying to explore emotions that impact self, I think it's all about the mental framework that we create about ourselves. I just want to remind you of my yesterday's workshop. Why should we know ourselves? It gives us self-image, the mental picture. It helps us to understand how I feel, the ideal self, right? And it also concretely depends on the attitude that I carry, which is like and dislike. I think with that, Vani, is it time for break or can I continue? It's 2:50.
I think, Sujata, you can complete your thought and then we'll go for a break of 10 minutes. Okay.
After 10 minutes? Okay, I was just...
No. I said you can complete your thought. I mean, let's not break that. And then you can take a break of 10 minutes.
Sure.
Whenever you are comfortable.
Yeah. Okay. So, to put it very simple, what we are is nothing but how I think about myself. So I think, therefore I am, right? What kind of an impact that we create on others? Does our emotions play in some kind of an impact that we are creating on others? Whenever we think about others, now I would only ask you to think about others as your teammates, because we are here to take our teams from good to great. So think of your team members in the next set of discussion. I'm sure you will agree that your emotions influence, skews, or sometimes completely determine the outcome of a large number of decisions you confront every day with your team members. How? Think of a colleague at work that you like. Think of a colleague, a teammate at work you like. What makes you like them? Can I have your answers? Think of a teammate, team member with whom you work. You work with so many of them, right? What makes you like them? Can I see the chat box? 60 seconds. And what makes you like them?
You can connect with them. They are good team players.
Okay, the first qualification is they're good team players. Anything more?
They be able to deliver outputs
Right.
and respectful with other members of the team.
Okay, so they respect others, they deliver results, they are team player, anything more? Anything more? What makes you like them? Okay, Cecilia says that helpful, excellent worker, sense of humor, very competent person. Okay, Mariam says that being able to give without asking. Hey, Mariam, what do you mean by that? Can you build on being able to give without asking? Denise says that I like people in my team who are proactive, deliver
Hello?
as per expectation. Hey, hi, Mariam. Yeah.
Yes, I mean that in my field as a nephrology nurse, being able to give people without waiting for people to ask you to give them. So this is very interesting for me, which means you can understand others and their needs and giving them those needs without waiting them to ask you.
Okay.
That's it.
That's it. Keep it simple. Yeah, right. Thank you for coming there. Right. It happens. Anything more? Anybody else? I can see some more answers. So it's all about outcome. Anything more? Any qualities? Yes. I mean, I can see some more answers. Darlene says that they also have a positive outlook. Good. So mostly we like people, if they deliver, they are proactive, they know the work, they're willing to learn, there's a positive outlook, they're competent, professionally good, they're team players, helpful, friendly, and easy to work with. Lovely. Let's take this up with one more add-on question to it. What makes you dislike few? It's a very, strong, opinionated word, dislike. But I have we have to discuss, right? What makes you dislike them?
Not dislike, but not like the attitude. It's like they are actors. Okay, I'm going to do the work. Don't worry, no worry. But you have to repeat and repeat and repeat and repeat. They are very good actors. Very good Nana Patekar.
Oh my God.
I was thinking about the answer, and maybe in both cases, we are talking about attitudes, good attitude. That's what we like in my case, for example, and the answers for my colleagues too. And as Babira says, it's not such a dislike, but when we are pushing, we have to repeat a lot of times to the same person, we are talking about the attitude that we prefer to people to be easy with working with. So I agree with Babira.
Yes, Cecilia. Even when I was a kid also, I do this. I give only free chances. I always give free chances. The fourth time I remove a stick.
Oh my God.
Okay. So, cultural,
very good,
cultural.
very good.
So Jetta, cultural. And my place, there's one cultural which is a bit turned down because I was.
Okay.
And my husband would always say, he said it in French. Malheur à celui qui frappe un enfant. Like, you'll go to hell if you hit a child.
Okay. So we end up not liking people, at least the teammates. When they are, I could see Jester jumping in, writing bossy and rude. Of course, yes, people who do not walk the talk is what Vani says. Yes, it's like, it becomes very farce then, they say something and they do something. So we don't like them. Great. So let's quickly have a sneak peek discussion around this piece. And I think there are a lot of revelations that will come in. In fact, trust me, the reasons that you were all discussing here, I don't know the person about whom you were talking, but I ended up creating a lot of likes and dislikes the way you are thinking, right? You were very strong, I mean, when you were expressing your opinions there. So the question here is, what makes like or dislike happen? I'm going to pick up a research work of an Harvard professor, Susan Fiske here, and Amy Cuddy, very popular research. And they say that the likes and dislikes that we have are, 80% driven by the brain patterns. What's that? Because of it's so instinctive. Sometimes, we as we grow with our experience, we know that, hey, this is how things should be, and if things are not in that way, probably we might not appreciate it. I really liked when Babita said that I give 3 chances. 4th time I end up taking a decision. That's nice about you. So probably, you're well aware that if you delay that, probably you're only responding and you're not getting hijacked by what you have to react. Of course, most of the time, these likes and dislikes are, driven by the patterns that our brains have captured over a period of time. And therefore, there is a possibility that our decisions that we make about others could be driven by our likes and dislikes. Let's see how. Let's examine this. Amy Cuddy's matrix. Imagine you are at a meeting in a waiting room. Imagine for a minute, in a waiting room. You're not talking to anybody. You're just sitting alone. There are a lot of others in the room. Say it's a reception kind of a place. Tell me, how will you assess or measure someone in the axis of warm and cold just by observing them? Is my question clear?
Can you just repeat, please? Just repeat.
Imagine that you are in a waiting room for a meeting. How will you assess or measure someone in that room in the axis of warm and cold just by observing them?
First of all, the smile.
Okay.
The body language.
So the body language, if somebody smiles, they're warm. Yeah. So
yeah, and he's approaching to people.
Wow.
Everything, he's open with the arms. I don't know, body language.
So great. So you will feel warm if you realize that they're very approachable by their behavior, they're smiling, they're talking to others, some active behaviors. You figure out that they're helpful. Yeah? Yeah, Cecilia, that's what you meant? Okay. Genesis says, yeah, that's warm. Great. So how will we, understand behaviors that are cold? So you will feel cold when, probably when the person avoids you.
Yeah, probably the opposite of that. If the people are distant, and if they're just looking at other persons and the way that they act, or even the way that they dress, you can probably tell if it gives a cold feeling. And it's especially if they give a stern look at persons.
Right, great. In fact, Amy Cuddy also says this. She says that, in the research, people decisions are made up of how we see a person. So we are observing, and I'm not negating that the observation is wrong. I'm just trying to tell you that we observe and we try to make decisions. Yeah. The y-axis. According to social psychologists, we constantly measure people and team members, okay, specifically teammates, in the ability to perform over our interactions. Yeah, we constantly do that. We might not express, but we do that. And these evaluations are on the 2 dimensions, which is we find them incompetent or probably we find them competent. So Amy Cuddy, in her matrix, make it into a 2 by 2 matrix, and then let's try and understand. How does that work for us? How does this matrix works for us? Think of a person, okay? So probably do a mental exercise for yourself. Imagine that you're making a decision for people. Think of your team members and rank them based on warmth and competence model. You do it for yourself. Take 60 seconds. Think of your team members and rank them based on warmth and competence model. Are you able to do that? Yeah? Take it slow. Okay. I think you have already plugged them in the matrix. Yeah? So somebody is warm, highly competent. You plug them under the admire category. We'll discuss each one of them. Somebody is cold, incompetent, contempt. Somebody is highly competent, cold, envy. At the same time, somebody is incompetent, but we find them very warm. So we pity at them. Are you able to put that person in any one of these 4 quarters? Keep thinking. What I mean to say here is, each one of it have its own beautiful characterization. If we admire somebody, we have already given them a high status. You know, in group, probably close allies, favoritisms, and we don't compete with them. If we feel that the person is cold and competent, we envy at them. Envious prejudice. We feel that an element of, oh, why he, why she? If we find that somebody is incompetent, but still they're warm, we pity at them. There is this paternalistic prejudice that comes in. We find them that they're lesser to us, or probably a little low in their status. We are very sure that they're not going to compete with us. And that's the way we probably treat them. That's the way we try to emote and probably decide upon them. And there is this strong category of contempt as well. You might have some team members identified here. So what do you do with them? Research says that you make them feel isolated, neglected. Probably, you know, this happens. The brain may not even recognize that they are around us. We ignore them. So, Amichetti model helps us to learn definitely one thing. We have our own likes, dislikes. We therefore try to observe people. We try to engage and understand and interpret situations and put them into this model of, competent and warm. And then so we react with them. We respond to them in this way. So in detail, if I have to plug in more, I would say that probably you are judging them, or probably you're measuring them. And you might even decide a lot of things, whether to give a project, not to give a project, whether to give an opportunity, not to give an opportunity, whether to assign them a task, not to assign them a task, is all driven by the emotions that you have, which has impacted your decisions, which in turn has influenced that person. Hope you are comfortable. Are you? Yeah? Let's have a quick look at it and then we take a break. Emotions are positive and negative as well. You know what? Feelings of likes and dislikes can overthrow. I don't say throw. Overthrow your capacity to discriminate and judge, to make decisions. Many times, that's why we feel that, hey, this should have not happened. Why did I do it? Probably it could have happened in another fashion. Probably I could have retained that guy or a girl in my team. Probably I could have given this opportunity to another person. They would have excelled well. Yeah, I'm sure all of us would have come across these kind of situations. This is because we are driven by the very strong competent, warmth model, invariably, which we are practicing. And therefore, our emotional state, is just taken for a ride. Let's quickly answer few of the questions, and then I think it will easily unravel. Close your eyes. Trust me, close your eyes. I'm going to do some exercise with you. Relax. Breathe well. Breathe well. Hope you're all comfortable. As I read the statements, you're going to travel with me. Yeah. Here we go. Just reflect. Think of a time that things were going so right for you. Whatever happened made you jump of joy. Take a moment to relive that in your mind's eye. Think about where you were, whom you are with, and what was happening. Please let your feeling grow. Just observe, how does that feel? Just observe. As you observe, what is that you want to do next? What is that you want to do next? What else stood out in you? Breathe. Open your eyes for conversation. I'm sure all of us had some touch points, huh? Yeah? Can you share what you felt? Any one of you? Couple of stories we can share here. Who's going to lead it? What was that you were doing at that moment? Anyone? Chat box is also open. Yeah, I know that some of you can't. Oh, Mariam says that I opened my eyes smiling. Oh, great. I can see you.
Hello.
Yeah, hi, Mariam. Yeah.
So I think it was 6th December. I still remember this because Morocco wins Spain in the final in the match in football. So we were jumping and we were crying. So the feeling is still now. So we're still happy because it was just 2 days ago. So it was full of joy and we were jumping and crying and everything. So that's it.
So you felt, even today you're feeling happy about it, right?
Yes, yes, yes.
I can
We're
see
still
that.
happy. Yes.
I tell you, I'm unable to see you, but I can hear it in your voice. The tone
Yes.
and tenor shows a lot of happiness, contentment.
Yes.
Ilham says that, Mariam, I support Morocco. Oh.
Thank you, Mohammed.
So good. Okay, anybody else? Thanks, Mariam there. Cecilia says that for the brain, the time is now. Okay, that's how you felt?
Yeah, that is why this exercise feels like, because that is why we are smiling, because now we are imagining that, we are living that moment, we are feeling that emotion. So for our brain, that is so. That is why we are feeling so plenty, in my case, for example, so plenty. And when you were asking what I'm gonna do now, to have another challenge in order to feel like that way.
Oh, great, great, great. So
I want to add something.
Yeah, go ahead.
Is that I know now the idea from this is, even after years from now, if I close my eyes and remember the feeling I had, I will bring it out and refeeling it again. So this is the point. I can refeel the same as the first time I had this feeling.
Wow. Wonderful. I think you made my job more easier. There were events and moments that we all captured, in the last 2 minutes. And I'm sure that you would have all realized positive emotions are very pleasant. It's very pleasant. Yeah. And you would have also realized that life looks very simple then. You felt happy about that particular moment. What you felt is definitely positive emotion in experience.
Sujata, just read what Ilham has said. I feel tired and I want to sleep now.
I did not see it. Where is it? Wait. I feel tired. Oh, Ilham, have I put you to... Kerala says I felt happy. Okay. So give me 2 minutes. We are going to give you a break. So probably you will feel better. As Vani said, if you break in between, probably the thought process also breaks. Not much, but I just want to make you aware of there is positive and negative emotions. Do we need both? I mean, that's the question. Do we need both? What do you feel? Do you need both? Okay, I can see a lot of nods. Yes, we need both. Okay, great. You're acknowledging both. We have actually felt positive emotion because as we were doing the experience of where were you, what were you doing, and how did you feel, you realize that any circumstance makes us go through that, momentary, you probably relived it, and therefore you realize that there is love, joy, satisfaction, contentment, blah, 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 that you felt, right? Now, what is this negative emotion? That's more, here to be understood. Negative emotions also travel through the same trail. There are circumstances, there are negative appraisals that happen. The responses of a negative emotion is fear, anger, disgust, sadness, rage, loneliness, right? But we felt very happy. The environment around us looked so good when we were engaging with positive emotions. So it's time for us to learn how to take the best out of negative emotions as well. So negative emotions are also serve the purpose of encouraging us to act in ways that boost our chances for survival. If you don't even acknowledge the negative emotion, trust me, you will be left with surprises and probably the failures and things that are not going really well for you might not work well. So acknowledge your negative emotions. Fredrickson, a psychologist, great psychologist, he's a laureate also. He says that it's very important to understand this thought action repertoires. And he also says that one should, engage in acknowledging the negative emotions because you can turn around it to be positive once you understand how to survive over it. This is negative and positive emotions for you. And with that, we are going to close this conversation. So any emotion, a negative emotion, will take you through a downward spiral. So if you're boredom, if you're not coming out of it, if you're not trying to change, acknowledge the negative emotion and take a turn to, get the best out of it and look forward for opportunities for survival, action out survival methodologies. If you don't do that, the downward spiral will take you from boredom to grief. A positive spiral will, any joy will lead to passion, enthusiasm, optimism, hopefulness, and contentment. With that, I think it's time for us to take a break. Vani, if you permit, we can take a break. So when you come back, you're going to evaluate and try to explore, are you emotionally intelligent? So you will start with a psychometric assessment tool. When you come back, stretch yourself 10 minutes and come back. Is it a 10 minutes break, Tanvi?
Yes, yes, Dr. Sujata.
Oh, lovely.
So
we would join back at 3:26. And then we will try to explore our emotional intelligence. And then we would renew our energies. Thank you.
Sujata? Hi, Babita. Hi. Sujata, are you there?
Here, I'm here. I'm all here.
Good,
All of
good.
them have given a quick thumbs up for us. That's
I-
fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, people are back. Yes.
Yes. You're there. So, I have shared my screen. Is it?
Yes, it is.
So, interesting exercise of doing a psychometric assessment. I think there's lots that would reveal and, we can actually explore. So this far, we are now very clear that what are emotions? We know the components of emotions. We know for sure that our emotions affect self as well as it impact others. We are very aware now that lots of likes and dislikes, play a role in terms of the feelings that we have for others and for ourselves. We moved then to understand the importance of both positive and negative emotions. And here we are setting it right. Now we are going to understand and analyze what is my emotional intelligence level. We are aware. Now we are moving to explore. So this part of the workout, I welcome you to get into the handbook. The handbook, I think it's page number 73. Page number 73, you get to see the tool. Yeah. So this is the tool. I just need to give you a few instructions before you get in with your paper pencil to do the work. This is a standardized valid tool designed and developed by Professor Uday Parikh, who's a psychologist, renowned psychologist. These are statements. I think if you just scroll it down, you get to see that there are 48 statements. These statements intend to measure our emotional intelligence on various dimensions. So all that you will have to do is be at present state and then take up these questions. Can I say so? The real you will automatically reflect as you take this tool. Read the statement, and if you feel that it is not true about you, give yourself a 0. If you feel that it's a little true about you, give yourself 1. It's fairly true about you, give yourself a 2. If it is definitely true about you, give yourself a 3. So as you scroll down, you get to see that there is a left-hand side column which says response. So for every statement, put your response in this piece of document, and then we will do the transfer of scores, and then we will try to create our scoring sheet. But to start with, I request all of you to take up this 48 statements in one go from the real you. And this honest opinion will help you to actually understand what is your level of emotional intelligence under various dimensions. Yeah, here you go. You can take it up. I can also help you have this in the screen for some of you who don't have a printout. In case you don't have, you can just do it in a paper pencil test kind of, and then we can have this. AI. Yes.
Yeah, then after rating ourselves on page 73, we'll have to transfer it to page 75.
I will help you on that, but
Okay.
first let's finish this. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So it's going to take good 5 minutes of yours, but do it quickly. There are no right or wrong answers, so don't worry. Once you have finished, you will have to give me a thumbs up or a done in the chat box. So I get to know that we are through. I will help you to transfer this course in the table. If you need any assistance, we are more than happy to take it up. If you have any questions, you can put in the chat box as well. Audrey, we will just wait for some time for your friends here to close it. Thank you for letting me know that you have done it.
It's okay, madam.
So we'll give you another 2-3 minutes to wind up so that we can get into the transfer of scoring. Thanks, Pavita. Parsa, thanks. Okay, Yash has done. Okay, great. Now, all that you will have to do is bring those scores and put it in the scoring sheet. But I want you to look at the scoring sheet and the table very carefully. You get to see there are some asterisks marked against some of the numbers. I repeat, there are some asterisks that you get to see against some of the items. So say, for example, question number 7 or question number 2, 3, 4, 5, probably 19, 20, 21. You get to see that there is an asterisk marks, right? So in all the asterisk statement, you will have to reverse the scoring. So I repeat, first you will have to transfer whatever responses you have given in these 48 statements into this table. However, for the statements which is being indicated with an asterisk mark, it is to be reversed. The score needs to be reversed, which means if you have given yourself a 0, it will become a 3. If you have given 1, it will become 2. If it is 2, it will become 1. If it is 3, it will become 0. So I request you to be very mindful, careful when you're going to actually put those scores in the asterisk-based statements. Please transfer your scores. Once you transfer the scores, take the row-wise total. Do not bother to multiply it. It is okay. You can do it later. But right now, you will have to make row-wise totals. So you will be getting 6 totals. And then add all the totals together, you will get a grand total. So it will take a little time. It's okay. We wait for you. So transfer your ratings in the scoring sheet. Asterisk statements should be reversed.
Excuse me, you mean that to transfer the answers into the scoring sheet, is it?
Yeah.
So to put in one what we have responded,
So for example, okay, don't
respond-
worry. I'll repeat it for you. If you are given, say, 3 for statement number 1, it will come as it is. It's 3. But if it is in statement number 2, you have given yourself a 3, it will become a 0. So it will become reversed. So wherever the asterisk marks are given, in all those statements, it will become reversed. Farsa, is it clear?
Actually, not for me. Julie's saying no. I don't know if I put the responses in this blank the scoring sheet. So, for example, in number 2, I responded, for example, 1.
So the 1 will get reversed, right? The 1 will become 2. When I say reverse, I'll just explain it again. Don't worry. A 0 will get reversed to 3. A 2 will get reversed to, a 1 will get reversed to 2. It just gets the opposite score because the statement is a negative. So in the handbook, if you go here, you get the instructions, scoring instruction. This will help you to actually make it more easier. Make sure that the original response of the starred items are reversed. 0 becomes 3. Harsha, is it clear now? Are you able to do it? Nazir, you're there? Mr. Nazir? Hello?
I am currently attempting. So far, so good. Yes. Thank you.
Oh, great. Okay, he's written thank you. Okay.
Sujata, we are not able to see you. I mean, have you kept your camera off? I just was a little curious to ask.
No, I thought I'll not disturb when they're
Acha,
doing.
theek hai. Then it's okay. Then it's okay. I thought you
No,
might be facing some technical issues. No issues.
Thank you there. I just don't want to disturb them even with my face. The feeling of
Okay.
somebody is watching, you know, when they're
Yeah,
doing the
it's a
exercise.
different. Yeah, got it.
Okay, I have a question after we put all the numbers and the asterisk and everything. We have to add horizontally, is that right?
You will have to add the row totals.
What is that total? I have to add everything from line 1 to 43, is that right?
Yeah, 1 to 43 you will add.
Okay.
And then put the
Okay, thank
score
you.
here. Yeah. And then take a grand total also. You know, if you add all the 6 of it, you will get another total. Overall total.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Once you're through, just let me know. Yash, you're okay, comfortable. Densi. Ilam, I know, Mariam, just give me a Beam Sam has joined us. Yeah, he's here. Great. So your grand total will be between 0 to 144, 144. And then I'll give you the range. Have you got your grand total? It's not necessary that you share your scores with us. It's your scores. You just have to share your action plan with us. But yes, thanks for that. Okay, you're done? True? Great. So all our scores will lie between 0 to 144. So 144 means that you are highly emotionally intelligent. 0, any lower score, towards 0 tells us that probably there are all reasons that we have to work out. So let me quickly tell you a score between 121 to 144. A score above 1 to 121 to 144. Your emotional management skill sets are really good. You're highly...
I'm sorry, can you repeat it again, the score,
1.
or are you gonna put it in a slide?
No, I'm just going to interpret it. You can take a note in your
Okay.
handbook. I'll be slow. A score between 1 to 121 to 144. A score between 121 to 144. You are very good at managing your emotions, and it is anything if you're above 135, 140, you're excellent in your skill sets. But however, any score above 121 helps us understand that we are able to manage our emotions effectively. The next bracket that you must be aware of, 96 to 120. If your score is between 96 to 120, you're good at it. There's lots of scope for you to improve because you have identified certain areas already to work around. It just needs for you to work in all the dimensions of emotional intelligence, which we will do it right away now. But let's just engage in understanding the overall scores first. I know that shows, that will give us a direction to think. So score between 96 to 120 is good. Good to have. The next bracket, a score of 72 to 95. 72 to 95. Moderately emotionally intelligent. It's a moderate score. 72 to 95. A score between 48 to 71. 48 to 71. It is on a lower side, definitely. And therefore, you will have to act immediately. Because emotional intelligence is all about managing your emotions and understanding others and use of emotions effectively. So if your scores are anything less to this 71, it shows that you have to work now. However, 48 to 71 is an average score. It is okay. It depends on the profile that you are in, probably the exposure that you're yet to get. So we understand that there is a scope to still improve. We can action out the plan. The next bracket is anything less than 50. Anything less than 50. Now, all of you will agree with me. A score less than 50 tells that you are not managing your emotions. So you're not probably understanding yourself, and probably you're not able to understand others. And this will have lots of effects in your day-to-day, engaging at work, at personal life. So let's examine detail, what is it and how to improve. So I'm sure you're clear till here. A score above 121 is highly emotionally intelligent. 96 to 120 is good. 72 to 95 is moderate. 48 to 71 is average. Less than 50 is, there's no competence currently to manage your emotions. Can we move forward? Yeah, great. So now you would have seen in the scoring, as you scored it, we realized that there are 6 dimensions under which you try to score it, right? There were 6 dimensions. What are these dimensions and how are they contributing to managing emotions? 1 second, I think I will. I don't want to disturb you in that. Okay, great. So what are these 6 dimensions emotional intelligence is made up of? So when we are, understanding our emotions, emotional intelligence is made up of self-awareness, self-management, internality, motivation, empathy, and social skills. What is self-awareness? Self-awareness is knowing one's ability. You stay aware of your own emotions. I mean to say that what you are undergoing in terms of thoughts, in terms of your, feelings, and what are you actioning. So higher the self-awareness, it's purely a talent, and it's good because you have started to understand yourself. In fact, yesterday we were trying to engage in our conversations around self-awareness. So any score in self-aware, in all the 6 categories, please remember, a score of 21 to 24 is very high. A score of 16 to 20 it's high. A score of 12 to 15 reveals that it is medium. A score less than 12 tells that you are to improve that particular component of emotional intelligence. I repeat, your scores in each of the component of emotional intelligence dimension will be between 0 to 24. Anything above 21 in a particular dimension, 21 to 24, helps us to understand we are doing good in that particular dimension, right? So it reveals that we are very high at that particular dimension. And if a score is between 16 to 20 in a particular dimension, please understand that it is high today, but there is always a scope for you to take it closer to 24. So you can have an action plan. A score between 12 to 15 in any of the dimension, 12 to 15, remember that it is medium. Probably in situations, we are not able to use this dimension or the tendency to respond. A score less than 12 in any of the component reveals to us that we are not good at it. This is a dimension which you will have to work immediately so that your management of emotions will improve. So today your management of emotions are, in a score lesser because of in any one of the components. So say, for example, Yash has said that he is in between 96 to 120. So Yash, it is very clear that you are, good at your emotional intelligence. However, the score can become as good as 144. But for that, you will have to understand which of the 6 components or dimensions it is, need to be worked upon. So in these dimensions, you will realize in one of it, your scores will be less, or a couple of it, your scores will be less. So you will have to action out around that particular dimension. Am I making things clear? So we will take up one after the other and probably make more sense. So self-awareness, as I told you, it's about knowing your ability, knowing your emotions, and understanding exactly your feelings and responses in situations. If your score is high, it means that you have a great tendency to know yourself. You know your real self. You know your mental picture. You are aware of your feelings and you are aware of your likes and dislikes. Higher the self-awareness also enables us to understand the strengths that we have and the weaknesses that we are having. I call it blind spots. So probably if your self-awareness is high, you are well aware of your blind spots as well. Now let's move to the second component, which is self-management. Self-management is about managing the self. So you are aware is one set, but am I managing what I am aware of? So that is taking charge of your own thoughts. So if your score is high here, it means that you are able to manage your level of understanding of your own self. So your likes and dislikes, you are aware, but you know how to handle situations. You know how to ensure that your dislikes are not creating any impact which is not desirable impact on the outcomes of the organization or the people with whom you are working. So self-management is all about taking charge of your thoughts. Internality, very interesting. Internality is something to do with how much you feel that you can control what happens to you. Okay. Higher the score in internality shows that you are a very confident individual and you're able to manage things very well, because you feel that all that happens to you at work, at life can be controlled with your strengths, However, if your scores in internality is super high, be aware, there is a possibility that you are punishing yourself as well, because you will stretch to reach extraordinary targets. So probably if you're a team leader, your teammate might fear you because you're more bothered about your tasks. Now, motivation, self-motivation. Self-motivation consists of, enjoying what you do. If your scores are very high here, it means that you know about, it's not about the money that you're looking forward for, but you are more happy with the task itself, the work itself. You want to add better value to the work itself because you're self-motivated. Therefore, the 4 components that we are talking, self-awareness, self-management, internality, and motivation, it's all about you, right? But when we talk about empathy and social skills, it's about you with others, right? So am I understanding what other people are thinking? Am I understanding the way they feel in a situation? Am I able to understand my team member if they are performing or not performing? So that's empathy. Am I able to understand why are they not performing? That's empathy. So if your score is very high here, it's very good trait that you're having with you. You are definitely going to be emotionally intelligent. Social skills is the 6th dimension. It is nothing but the ability to use the awareness that you have had, gained from the other aspects, and you know how to manage your interactions successfully with others. So social skill is nothing but your interpersonal relationships, your social relationships. Now, emotional intelligence is about managing yourself and managing yourself with others. So to do this, it's very important to, increase our scores in all the 6 components. I'm sure it is good to go. Are you there with me till here? Are we there together?
Yes.
Great. So you now know your picture. You know in which of it your scores are very good and how are you doing it. I'll just quickly look forward for a couple of quick B's so that we know how to improve it, probably the action plan that we can develop for yourself. You just have to continue with your handbook. Page number 74, 75, 76 gives you this worksheet and you can take notes and you can actually improve. So as I told you, we have just tried to understand who are these people whose self-awareness and internality is very high. They are able to see themselves and at the same time, they believe in their own personal competence. So they are knowing their strengths. So what are the strengths of these kind of people? You are aware of your values, which we did yesterday. You know your triggers. You're very objective. If you're in the first quadrant and your scores are high, self-awareness scores are high. If it's about 21 to, you just have to write your scores here and then interpret it. If your scores are as good as, 21 to 24 in both internality and self-awareness, I'm pretty sure that you are aware of your preferences. You are aware of your tendencies. You are aware of what will you do in a situation. Strengths, weaknesses, abilities, and capabilities. So that's you. How can you improve it? How can you improve it? So people whose scores are very high here, help us understand how can you increase your self-awareness. Any ideas? Any ideas that you have? How can we increase our self-awareness? Chat box is also open. You can come in mic as well. Any ideas that you have to improve your self-awareness and internality? How can we do that? Because if our scores are less, probably we're looking for some kind of an actionable, idea, right? What are your ideas to improve self-awareness and internality? May I have your... Okay, Audrey, that's lovely.
Control our emotion.
Okay, control your emotions. How do you do that? What is the strategy that you use to control your emotion? How do you execute it?
If feeling too angry, then move out of the room.
Okay.
Just say sorry, move out, go and take a deep breath. Then make ourselves understand that you'll have to accept what's going on there because the majority feel like this. So you'll have, despite that you have some reservation, you just keep quiet. If I cannot agree, I keep quiet.
Okay, that's an interesting way of doing it. Some of your friends have said, Ilam, thanks, there's self-observation. And Mariam has also said that. Self-observation. In fact, do appraisals of yourself. Take time. I don't know how many of us have this habit of writing a journal or, a diary or something like that. However, when you are in your workplace and when you are working with people, you would realize that there is some consistency that is fitting in. But how do I understand that consistency? Where am I reacting? There are some triggers for which you react in a similar pattern. How do I understand the trigger? So you might have to backtrack your emotions in difficult conversations or meetings. That's the best way to start with. Learn your tendencies, what kind of things that arose in that situation, the bodily reaction and probably the way you feel. Try to label your emotion. First, identify your conversations that are not materializing well. After identifying it, the second step is probably understand what kind of behaviors that you have demonstrated. Try to explain and reasons for yourself, because it's about appraising yourself. Discover the impressions that you have in those places, interpretations that had happened, and the expectations that you had out of such situations. While you do that, you're doing your, of course, you're watching your emotions like a hawk. This is the first step before deciding whether to control it or whether to welcome it, whether to carry forward it. So it's good to actually apprise yourself, take time, self-observe. How to observe this? As I told you, consistency, please check that. Fairly decent way of doing this is you might have a mentor, you might have a coach, or probably you might have a peer member who is a trustworthy friend for you. So probably you can take feedback from them as well. Appreciate feedback from your teammates as well. And then don't defend, listen to them, take the feedback. What happens is your blind spots will get revealed. Probably there are areas in which you don't know it. Some things we know about ourselves, some things we don't know about ourselves. So if people are there around you who can help you know that, kindly talk to them, Help yourself to reveal that. And I think that's the way through which you improve your self-awareness and your component of internality. Thank you there. Lovely suggestions that you have given. I really appreciate your suggestions. Now, let's also try and go to the next quadrant. Self-management and motivation. Okay. Now, what is this self-management and motivation? It's an ability. Who are these people? If your scores are about 21 in self-management as well as in motivation, these are people who use the awareness of their emotions to stay flexible and positively direct their behavior. Who are they? They are aware, so they know to manage it. Positively direct your behavior. So what are you positively directing? You are minding your responses. Managing your emotional reactions to people in all situations is your talent, if your score is very high. You know to take charge of how to react. But the only one caveat here is, if your self-management or probably self-management is really high, there is a possibility that think twice, you might be suppressing some of it. You might think that I should control it. So emotional intelligence is not about controlling your emotions. It's about making a way like a river to the ocean, right? So you have to create a way of expression so that you are aware and you're not hurting yourself. Remember, I told you in the beginning itself that you impact yourself. Sometimes you're very harsh to ourselves. So probably you should verify that data. Instead of controlling, verify it. And even here, I would suggest that there are a lot of labels that we give for people and for ourselves also. So what happens is there are a lot of distortion. What you're thinking about yourself, probably it's not the way it is. So it's good to actually understand your behaviors from the feedback that you've got in situations here as well. That's the best way to improve it. Now, how am I managing my emotions and behaviors productively? Because if I'm self-managed, I'm managing it. What do I do? What is that good about me? These are people who are very conscious. Their integrity levels are very high. They take initiative because they know their strengths. They adapt and they're highly resilient. So this is the best thing about people whose scores are very good at self-management and motivation. Now, if you're a highly motivated person, also remember that motivation does not mean that you will have to work more in a particular point of time. Highly motivated people do not recognize their burnouts. I want to emphasize this because some of you might be workaholic, thinking that I'm highly motivated. Probably because of your self-motivation, you project that the team members should also work extra. But it's like, an elastic, if you stretch more, it will break. So burnouts can happen. So if your scores are very high, please be aware that you might be overtly exerting your energies and probably your skills. What will happen eventually is probably you might become burnout, or probably you're not recognizing your burnouts and you might end up to be very tired. So I always say that if you're working with your team members, instead of telling them that you have to be self-managed, instead of telling them that you will have to be motivated, I think you should strategize and live the life that you're actually telling others. So that's the walk the talk you can do here. And how can you improve it is, if your scores are less in self-management, try and be a problem solver in situations, reframe your perceptions on situations, brainstorm with people. Probably that will help you to, improve as a person. With that, let's move to the next, quadrant, which is empathy. What is empathy? Can anybody tell me? What do you understand by empathy?
You put yourself into the shoes of the others.
Wow. Okay, great. Anything more? Why should we be empathetic? Let me put this question again. Why? Why should we be empathetic? What is
to understand the person, to understand the situation and their emotion.
Lovely. So if your scores are very high in empathy, it means that you are able to accurately pick up the emotions that the other person are undergoing. Great.
Yeah, hi.
Good. But let me as well ask you to understand others and how you can help them. You know, Vani generally says that there's a thin line between sympathy and empathy. You know, don't interpret it differently. In empathy, give them a course of action and corrective behaviors. Hi, Mariam.
So I was saying the same thing. I think we should empathy and sympathy. Sympathy is just knowing the feelings of others, and empathy, it's like involving with this, which means I can feel the same thing as others, which is unhealthy sometimes. So we should be sympathetic, which means we know the feelings of others, understanding the feeling of others, and then move to actions. But empathy, it's like when we feel the same thing as others, maybe we cannot, maybe we feel sad, maybe we cannot move to actions.
Great. Thank you. Thank you there. You're right.
Sujata?
Yeah.
Is it right to say that despite that you can empathize with people, most of the time you cannot feel the pain? I'm just going to give you an example which yesterday happened. When I went to the funeral, the father passed away. The daughter, she's 40 and she lost her husband with COVID last 1 year, 1 year, 3 months, I think. And the father was helping her to do her business because she has her own business and was helping her in that business. And yes, when I went to the funeral those 2 days, that girl I could feel how much that girl wanted to cry. Yet she was retaining herself because maybe her mother or the brothers, or my brothers were telling her, Pinky, you know, you are very strong. Then I told my brother, you know, it's easy to tell somebody you are strong because you see the outside, because it's only Pinky who knows how much pain there is inside her. Because now she just lost her husband. She's alone with 2 daughters and a mother-in-law. The mother-in-law itself became very ill after she lost her son. So if tomorrow, now her father is no more here. So we could empathize with Pinky, but we cannot feel that pain that Pinky was having. It was hers alone.
Absolutely right. I mean, this is true. This is true. This is something which is a very, a close incident to your heart that you're talking, Babita. I'm very sorry, but your interpretation is absolutely right. And if you just shift situations like this, even in your workplace, you will realize a lot of times, I think this is the difference between empathy and sympathy. In empathy, you understand it, and then you create a direction. You are not going to get into the trap of whatever the other person is, going through. You are going to solve it. You become a problem solver at that point of time. And she's very right. In empathy, we understand everything, and probably sometimes it's very difficult to claim that we feel the way the other person in grief is feeling, but it doesn't happen. So you're right, Babita, absolutely right. Denise, your hand.
Yes, Dennis. Yes, I want to follow through what Babita has said, because I scored low. Having made that assessment, I've come to understand I've scored low on empathy, and it's true. You feel it, but cannot express it. So I'm learning a lot on the empathy part, because I only scored low on this particular one, which I thought I had it, the empathy. But like Babita was saying, definitely true. I mean, you feel it, you cannot express it. And thanks for that, Babita.
Yeah. In fact, Erla has also written, I was thinking that there will be more empathy if you have the leader experience in any way. What your team member had experienced than if you are a team leader, don't have experienced it before. Is that correct? So I would like to put it more simple. It's a very long statement that you've given. It's not about the position. Emotional intelligence is as a concept, it's a way of life, and it's a practice that anyone can do. And therefore, I will not say that it's about team leader or a teammate. All of us can train ourselves to be empathetic. And an empathetic person is a person who understands others' feeling. But what eventually happens is, I'll also tell you this, we assume a lot of things thinking that they are feeling so, which is probably not so right. You know, I always emphasize this. You might have a worker, you might have a team member, a colleague who is wanting to go home early. So probably they came and told you, I want to go home early. Now, don't conclude that they are shirking work. Probably not. If they are coming and telling you that I will have to go for a party, if you give them that trust, they will tell you the truth. Otherwise, they will have to lie and go, right? They will anyway go. Yeah, am I making sense? So being empathetic is, it's not being only kind. I'm not saying that. Empathetic means you understand it, you know, probably 99.9% right, what the other person is feeling, sensing. And then you take a direction for solving things for yourself and others. That's being empathetic. To be very honest, you know, how to develop this empathetic skill sets. It's good to actually use self-disclosure statements. When I say that, don't assume. Yeah, but I'm just observing, probably I'm assuming. How do I come out of it? So probably talk to your people, you know, whenever you're talking to others, you ask them, I am sensing that you are feeling so. And then they will tell you what they're actually feeling. Don't assume and come to conclusion about others. Ask strategic questions, or probably ask the right questions with your team members or team players. Ask them, how are you feeling about probably a sales plan? How are you feeling about this market, you know, this consumer experience? If you put a how, they will automatically talk to you. Instead, thinking that, you know, hey, if you say anything, they will not listen. They have no ideas to give. So please don't jump into the end points. Probably ask right questions. You can even solicit your thoughts. Probably you felt that somebody is sad. So you can always say, I would like to hear from you what had happened. Why is that today you did not contribute to the meeting? So if you're going to sit with them and solicit thoughts and feelings, they will be much happier. And that's the way you demonstrate your empathetic behavior to others. So these are some tips I thought that I will give you to improve your empathy. And it's always good to practice suspending your judgments, likes, dislikes. It's good to train yourself as team leaders, because most of you here are working with teams and you want to take them from good to great. So I would suggest that read their emotions, read from their body language, probably sometimes from their speech and tone. Probably asking is a great exercise, you know, and listening is wonderful to understand others. So these are some things that you can practice, but definitely suspend your judgments that you have. The social skills, the last quadrant. I'm sure a lot of our scores will be very high here. Who are these people whose social skills are very good? They are aware of their own emotions and their emotions to others, because they can able to manage their interactions with others. They are very good at clear communications and handling conflict. That's the talent about whose social skills are very high. They don't pick up conflicts. They are, you know, these people amplify a lot of positive emotions. If your score is high, you will even understand yourself that you are a very positive person. You might be an inspirational team leader. I mean, that's a compliment to you. People will love to work with you because your teamwork skills or probably collaborative skills or commentary skills are very, very high. And that's why your social skills are very high. How do I improve my social skills? Can I become, you know, good at improving the social skills and relationship management? Any ideas from the cohort? How do you improve your social skills? Any idea? What do you do to manage your interpersonal relationships at office with your team? What is that you do? Your silence or probably thinking. 30 seconds. What do you do?
Socialize with the person.
Socialize
Talk
with
to
the
them
person.
like, talk to them like friends, not like boss.
Okay.
Like, you are the team leader. You are the team leader. Yet, I feel it very often. You go down to earth, like you let them think that they can tell you anything. They can. Then you get the gist of that person, how he is, what are his feelings, and what makes him happy, or how you can. I'll take an example. Like you can have an officer in the office who don't like to sit like 9 to 4 in office. He has to move along, walk around, go outside, buy something. This doesn't mean that that person cannot do a very good piece of work. I had an officer like this. You could give him any task, he would do it perfectly. Yet, don't ask him to sit in office 9 to 4. So I was playing with that. I give him the task. I know he's task oriented. I give him a task which I need it quickly, and I'll allow him to go. As far as the work is in order, you can answer any question. There's a skeleton stuff. So you do whatever you wish.
Lovely. I mean, Ilam has said that you could go out for a cup of coffee with your team members. Yes.
Yeah, sure.
You should.
Fun.
Yeah, you should. Quite often you should do all this.
Share our food.
Yeah.
Share your lunch.
Correct. Mariam,
share my food. I brought my lunch. I can go and give them a piece of it because I know it's good.
If I can add on, we can have team building sessions. That's a form for socializing. Actually, this is what I do practice in my line of work. Team building sessions on various activities, identifying the needs of your staff specifically.
Great. Erla, that's right. Communicate often, engage extra activities like health hour. I'm sure you're all doing it. Lovely ideas are coming. I'm also learning. Mariam,
I think, can I share?
Yeah, Vani. Yeah.
So, of course, social skills for me is not only talking. Social skills for me is understanding. I mean, as you know, Sujata, I go a step little beyond what it is. So it's basically, as a leader, leaders do have that aura now, and they're looked at they are at a pedestal. So as a leader, how do I break that and come down to the particular person level and then understand? Example, I will have a junior whose age gap with me would be more than a 2 decade. Now, how do I understand what he thinks? Because there are a couple of generations that have changed between me and him. Now, how do I do that? So I'll have to get to that level, understand his motivations, his fears, and then talk. Rather than, here actually, if you ask me, I think here you'll have to really sieve your experience out, and you don't have to carry the burden of your experience there. You have to just talk like somebody who understands. Here, of course, empathy and compassion would be, to understand, you need to have empathy and compassion. And that's how, for me, I look at social skills as talking, but not just sake of talking, talking with an understanding. So that's what I would define social skills as.
Lovely, great. So I think these are some ideas that have come up. I mean, I'm sure all of you have given ideas in the chat box, be open to ideas, spend time, engage and gain, with people to understand their perspectives. Appreciate the differences has also have come. That's right. It's good to understand differences, what people are having, and probably then if you react to it, probably respond to those differences, I think they will love you as a team leader. So with that, I think, Vani, it's time to close. So I'm sure that you benefited out of the session while going through it. Thank you all. It was lovely interacting to each one of you here. with that, we close the session for today. Densi, I can see your camera on. It's so beautiful outside.
Yes, I can finally do so because like I said yesterday is public
She's at the
holiday here
sea.
in the Seychelles.
She's at the
And
sea.
yes, just for you to enjoy the beautiful view of my island. And today is it's like I said, it's public holiday. So whilst I was listening, I was attending the workshop. I was preparing myself to come to the beach with the family.
Thank you so much. I mean, this is exactly what the managing emotions is all about. You know, you made us all have this positivity around. Thank you so much. Lovely.
Yes,
So, Vani, I hand over the
welcome.
session
And again,
back. Thank you all. I'm sure there was a lot of learning. I learned a lot. Hope to catch up with you in some other workshop because we at
Thank
AI.
you, Sujata. Thank you for sharing. It's very nice having your class.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Take care.
Bye-bye.
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 Take care tomorrow.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you, Dr. Sujata.
Yes.
It was indeed very, very insightful, and all of them are deeply involved in your session as always. And thank you for.
And this is
taking
the first time iTech workshop has, surpassed 30+ minutes.
I'm so sorry. I'm very sorry to all of you because we were so absorbed. We never realized that the time flew. Thank you all. Thanks.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Yeah. And we will all, give Cecilia her much needed sleep now. I could see that she's struggling to keep her eyes open now. And okay, Cecilia, we'll just close the day 4 now. And tomorrow we will meet again with, 2 more important sessions. One is on giving feedback and another one on channelizing stress. So we'll start with the day 5 with these 2 sessions. Till then, bye-bye, everybody. Please enjoy the rest of your day. And 9.
Tanvi, the feedback link.
Bye.
Have a good day. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, bye-bye.
Feedback link.
Bye. Yes. So I'm just sharing the feedback link. Thank you, Divya, for reminding. I'm just sharing the feedback link for day 4 in the chat. So you can either fill it here or we'll also be sharing it on the WhatsApp group.
Thank you.
Yes, Ilham, we will have it tomorrow as well. We do have a session tomorrow.